just need like 2 seconds. I did not level up last session.
Okay.
He's helping me real quick.
That's fine. We all rolled HP, right?
No,
We rolled HP, yes.
I did not because.
Oh, you did not because
I was playing. So
he was
there was a
putting up
lot
this
of
session being a different
miscommunication.
character.
So like I
I
misunderstood.
remember.
So yes.
So go ahead and roll.
I just can't remember what it is for me.
You're a wizard, so D6.
Do I put this on the
How many?
screen?
Just 8
One.
d6. Okay.
I don't
Speaking
think
of
we
which,
need it this session.
Jet is not proficient.
We might, depending on what happens.
God.
But I doubt we
Yeah,
would.
Plus con.
Yes,
Okay.
but just so you know, Jet's proficient in Arcana now. So yeah.
Yeah, I worked with Drake to make sure that when Zareth steps away, the proficiencies and things like that will still be covered.
Okay.
Already.
But Shannon, I don't know if you put that.
Even though V was already technically proficient in Arcana,
Constitution's
it
plus
helps
one,
because
so
I think
4, 3
Jet
plus
still
1.
has a higher modifier
I do because
because he's a fucking bard and he's half
Yeah.
half proficiency in everything.
Sorry, guys. I should have had this.
Wait, does our modifier go up to 4
So we
at level 7?
do level
I
up.
want to say it's a late.
yeah. You'll be level 7 now.
Okay.
Oh, proficiency went up?
Hey.
No, I don't think so.
No, not to level 9.
Oh,
see what
okay.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Rolled HP is 12. Override HP is 35. Do I change that to be now 35?
I just like to say
It's that.
for
Right,
both
good,
of you,
okay.
thank you for getting me into OneNote.
Yeah.
It's
Gunther,
I just like to show you
since we leveled up to
It's the greatest ease
So-
of use.
how my notes are set up. It's so
And I don't know
nice.
if you've noticed, but you can, if you make something like a chart or a document or anything like that, literally drag it.
That's what I did with all
paste
these.
the whole thing in.
That's what I did. I was reorganizing my notes all night, and I could just take things and cut them out, put them into a new box, and
You
drag.
drag
Yeah,
the
you hit
PDF
next
in
all the
there,
way through
it
and
will
take-
automatically
go back to your
display the
PDF.
PDF.
So is that all that happened? Is I got
You'll get
HP went up?
You'll get
You have more spell
Alright.
slots. You have 2 new spells to choose from.
2 spells I need.
Level 4 being the near
Oh
newest.
shit! I have level 4 now.
What else happens with level 7? Not much for wizard. Oh wait, actually no. You should get a new arcane tradition.
No, was that 6?
Was that 6? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he's got
Right, just
or
level.
something like that.
Right, just level 4.
Is that just the little things where it's like, oh, at level 10 you get this? Or level
Yeah.
30? Is that what is it? What do you say? That's
Arcane traditions.
on page tradition.
I'm gonna use.
I'm still trying to learn. Like I literally the other night pulled out my PHB and just started reading. I was like, I just am trying to learn more.
So spells.
I learned a lot just by character creation.
I read like an entire chapter or 2 out of Everon just about Sharn.
How do you think
Because I
I
was
know
like-
so much about
Oh, I'll
Iron
be
Chest?
honest.
I have a
Created so many.
180 page
Yeah, that's what you were saying
PDF
earlier. I was going to ask about that
explicitly
later.
dedicated to Sharn.
Yeah, Tyler wasn't kidding when he said he could run a whole campaign around.
Oh,
right.
there
Well,
are
yeah,
there are
50%.
adventures out there that you can run 1 to 20 in Sharn and never step foot outside the city.
Would we ever wanna like make our
Don't
own
reset
goal?
that. Click on that and then hit.
Or are we just
There you
so
I kind of like.
I'm
Everon,
already.
like-
It's already been started.
Oh,
I was.
Yeah, if you click
I
reset
have
maximum,
I've been
override your
mulling ideas
That's
on my
what I
own
screwed
world
up
for
before.
like
That's
3
why I
years
got
now.
worried. I
Shit.
I have just notes on
it's
a
why
world that I've
actually
called
just
Ebos.
So I
take,
kinda
average rather than
may
rolling
have
because D&D Beyond
got
made me lose my.
an account
HP
to
so
this
many times on
map
characters.
creating website.
Oh, I was
Invigorate, I think is what it's
curious.
called, or
I've
something
heard.
like that.
Yeah, incarnate.
Incarnate.
I was gonna say. I have a full lifetime subscription to every version of Cartographer that exists.
Well, so my point being, it'd be really cool to just create a unique map and then give each
You can go
person
ahead and
here
actually
their
add-
own
click on
country.
add spells
and,
instead,
like,
'cause you'll
I
add
would
to-
roll for
Oh yeah, I
race,
didn't know if you wanted to see what I already
and then
had.
create
Or
the
like,
history
Oh,
of
yeah, I'll
that
be able to
race
see
as
it
well
from
as
here.
styles and everything.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
And then that way,
No, you're good because
every single person would know more
yet.
about something. And if I played a race, say humans were primarily from your country,
You don't have any fourth level.
Yeah.
you would
Scroll
know
down to
all the
fourth and
things.
then
that we
you
were
can
from.
have
We'd literally learn our whole world.
Ooh, all the fire swords are
Carried away real quick.
not necessarily when.
honestly, it doesn't
It's
kind
not
of give me
all
everything
more.
that I'm looking for.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Just
suck
because
toes.
What'd you
Oh,
roll?
concentration.
13.
Nice. On
Turn
HP.
people into animals.
No.
Oh, okay.
He was just
I
rolling a
rolled
d20.
HP last time. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Like,
rolled a 13.
Jesus, yeah, what do you got? Like a 5 plus 5 con modifier rolling over there?
Just let me know once you guys are all set over there.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna take
Yeah,
a picture
on
of
the website.
like.
Once it comes up next
Oh
to
my-
your name
what?
as a gear, I
And
think
you'll
hits
just
the gear when you hit
yeah,
I
the
manage
hate the
levels.
Smile,
fucking
bitches.
Photos app in Microsoft. Sucked. Okay, edit. Where am
They're gonna have Strixhaven digital dice.
yeah, dude. They,
Vanish is only
any-
a
any
problem.
new-
So usually with
Strixhaven,
a charisma
is it
saving
just
throw,
like
most
another-
things are
It was
scary.
Strixhaven is Magic the Gathering.
it's
Yeah,
it's
it's a
MTG.
charisma saving throw.
The most recent set that
transports
released
them
for
back to the
Magic
plane
was
that
It's-
they're
it's
originally
Strixhaven,
from.
College of Lore,
Or
or College of
if they're
Mages.
native
Yeah,
to the
it's
plane,
basically like
in
Harry Potter
a
for
plane
Magic.
for 1 minute.
For
Matt,
What
Matt
if they not,
Hoffman
like...
just
Oh,
had
you
some
just said
photos
that. Okay,
of
Yeah.
okay.
yeah.
So
He's
if
playing
you're advantage,
Tarkov right now,
Jet
keeps
would
sending me
remain
pictures of all the
in a
graphics.
harmless demi-plane for a minute and come back.
Yeah.
But
He's
if
a nerd.
it were a fiend and you banished it,
Are we
it would
streaming?
go.
We
wherever
are
it's
currently
from.
streaming, yes.
For how long? It just stays there?
What's our?
Yep.
Oh,
What is
So
it?
long as the concentration.
Friendly
is
Neighborhood
a minute.
Nerds. Twitch.tv
It's
slash
in-
Friendly
it's in the
Neighborhood.
Discord.
Yeah.
It is in the
I'll
Discord.
do
It's
that
in the
one.
self-promotion part of Discord.
I'm
The
texting it
shameless
to
self-promotion.
Blight is a solid.
Okay,
so
we are live?
We are live.
Let them finish up. You guys almost
Sorry, I'm
almost done over there?
I'm almost done.
You're
You
fine.
are golden.
No
Is
worries.
nerds end with an S?
Yes.
Does
Doesn't
some solid
miss.
damage.
Oh,
Because there are more than one of us.
If it's a plant,
Also,
God, I can't wait to play this character.
I told Nick and Joe and Corey when they
Does it
arrive,
triple
if it's
it?
ever too hot or too cold, just let me know. I have the AC down because it's so humid
dimension
today,
door,
but
is
if
that
if it gets too hot out here, just let me know. I have a fan
That's a
over
solid
here, and I
one
can
to
also
get out
kick
of
the AC
dodge.
on,
Cool.
which it doesn't even
it
sound like.
teleports you 400 feet, or up to 400 feet, I think, away.
Can't take anyone else with me.
One other person, yeah. So I was gonna say, Dimension Door might be another one to think on.
Okay.
My only thing there that I don't know. What do you think between that one and this one?
I'd probably do Dimension Door just because.
It's useful to get out.
That's a very good get out of
Yeah, get out of
fuckery.
dodge.
Gotcha.
Which one?
Dimension Door.
Yeah.
And if Zareth wants to. Be
Dude,
like,
that was
"Ah."
another thing with. Again, trying not to give spoiler. Everybody's finished the combat.
The Cape of Montebank.
Yes.
Montebank.
I love
whatever.
Volta boom.
I am about 700 hours behind, so don't ruin it.
No.
Don't worry.
No, but when what's his name goes to use Dimension Door and Caleb just lost it.
It's
He's
just
just
like
like,
an animated intro
man.
that they end up making,
like
where I'm at they're still doing
I
like
can't-
the
I
intro.
can't remember his name.
Like,
Oh,
that,
yeah.
like that.
Aeolwulf.
Oh my
Aeolwulf,
god, it's,
yeah, yeah.
not only is
He's
this
like,
song
come on,
incredible,
I'm just
but
trying to get
the
out of
fucking
here.
and
animation
he
is
tried to
awesome.
Dimension Door and he's like, counterspell.
Was that the first animated one they did? Because someone
that
else,
shit
and
ain't
I don't know if they did this for something or if a fan did this, but they made one for Box Machina.
When Ford just
It's for
like
their animated series.
walks off and leaves.
They're
What?
doing an animated
I
series.
knew
with
that,
Box
but I didn't know
Machina.
that's what it's from.
Yeah,
What,
all
the demo?
spots that's what it is.
For the Box Machina animated series, they're going through and doing using the song from Critical Role Campaign 2 made a video for. Yeah, I watched both and I was like, holy shit, I didn't know.
It's the
there was
same
a fan.
It's the same animation
Yeah.
studio that's doing the animated series.
Yeah,
They
that's what
made
Drake
their
was saying.
made their
Yeah.
their intros.
Yes,
Real,
that
real
intro's
quick, do we
incredible.
want go through to roll for HP or do you already do?
Oh yeah, you need to roll HP, buddy.
I'm trying to figure out how to roll that.
I was gonna say he doesn't.
Fighter,
Here,
so
let me see it.
D10.
It'll be the gear, and then
What am I
manage
talking
levels.
about? Drake uses D.
I did that,
You
but
have
I
one
put
song.
myself
You do
up.
paper.
I got a 30 ACI.
I don't know why.
Oh, and then
Did you
7.
really?
No, I'm just fucking with
Fuck.
you. Matt's watching the stream right now, so
I was like, what?
No,
Yeah.
I would have been.
I was like, hang the
I would've
fuck
been, I would
on.
have been upset with you for spending more money than you
You
needed
get
to.
War Magic.
You know what? I'm so in tune with the game right now. I thought you said like ability score increase.
30 ACI. Wait, 30 TA's batting?
And then you just go.
It's a
So
it's
what?
it's a
There's nothing else I do?
72% price increase for a
Now, you
grand
might get
total
some new
in
spell
4K
slots. This is one
like video
choice.
games. It's for a grand total of
From that, I think
50%
you've already
performance
picked it.
increase.
Great
No, what
weapon
about
fighting in it.
2K?
Or sorry,
I
that's your.
actually did not see specs on that because they were because
Yeah,
every
weapon
these
fighting.
cards nowadays
Okay,
are
so-
based on 4K that
Perfect.
they like don't
Yeah,
really
all-
test it.
Yeah,
Good
all
order,
that's
buddy.
the same.
Yeah,
they're just
yeah.
names.
But I was on.
I
I
feel like 2K
So-
where it's
You're
at
not,
right
like,
now
showing
in
it
terms of
through?
like
It's-
perfection.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So
2K is amazing because
Gunther
like
does
it's
now
it's
get to be
good
able
enough
to
to
use
where
that
everything
skill
looks
to
amazing,
yeah.
but you get better
One
frame
weapon
frame
attack
rates.
is a bonus action.
I hate you.
Oh, that's fucking.
So instead of attacking
I was gonna say
twice,
he's
I
not
can
paying
do a
attention, so
cantrip
it's fine.
hit.
I really wish there
Let's
was a way
say,
to connect my
um,
surface.
There's two
to
people you want
this
to hit.
so that I
One's
could
right in
still
front of
use
you.
my pen.
One's really far
'Cause
away.
the
You
amount of
cast,
times
like,
that I've been
a
like,
distance
oh wait, I can't do
cantrip,
that.
Well,
and then but you can still hit the guy.
so
in
you
front of
can't actually use this.
You
Well,
can
the bonus-
essentially attack too, but he's far
True,
away.
I could.
That's kind of cool.
It's
Hassel remember Shannon of all people.
And then.
Hi.
One
He doesn't remember. I've killed him so
Bookkeeping.
often that he forgot me.
No, he's never forgetting.
I can't focus on too much at once.
Hassel is watching right now, and
might
you're
get
the only
inspiration.
person sitting at the table that he remembers.
We said last time that I didn't have inspiration because I hadn't had my second shot. I've had my second
The
shot.
PDF
Yeah,
Use it for Zareth?
or character sheet. Whichever.
Oh, wait. Oh.
I was saying, there
No,
were
you
people
said
that used
you
theirs.
just have to roll.
Yeah.
There were 3
What is
people that
what?
used their vaccination inspiration at times.
I
There
know
were 3
1 and
people
2.
that there were 3 people that used it to
I-
save
Because Nick
against
and I,
the
this is the
stun.
first session that Nick and I have actually
I, was
had.
gonna say, I know 1 and 2.
I know
Did
you
Corey-
two use it. I think you did it as well. sir.
I was gonna say, I thought he
Based
almost
by,
did, but he didn't.
No, the one
you gotta
I
roll
did
HP
use
if you have
inspiration,
it.
but
But
it
it
was
was the one from the
Yes.
Dang.
So you still have yours.
correct.
Yeah.
My vaccine
Okay.
one. He says,
Shannon,
"Fuck it,
you're fully
I'll never
vaxxed?
forget him."
Yes, sir.
Vax to
Okay.
vax, baby.
So you get 1 inspiration die to use whenever because of your vaccination. Joe, same for you, sir.
Yes, I have it marked.
Yeah.
And hey, if you don't use it
You'll lose it.
until if you don't use it before you switch your character,
Okay.
it will carry over. So you still get
That's a
use,
good call.
it's not a use it or lose it situation.
That's what I was hoping for. I was going to ask. I was like,
It's not a use it or lose
Psychic.
it.
I'm also psychic. We're gonna have basically 3 controllers on this whole party. I don't know how good that's gonna be.
not
No,
enough for
I
too
have
many.
fireball now.
Never mind.
Boom.
Yeah, we have a lore bard that knows how to throw fireballs. We'll be fine.
That's how
I feel bad
how
that
the
people
rule
have to
works.
like change
Was
shit
it
though
plus-
just to
what's a
accommodate.
plus?
I really
No.
feel bad about that.
No.
Oh, no,
that's
it's
right.
fine.
Reroll ones if you
Lore bard is
Did I roll
by
one?
far the best part, so.
I do eventually need to talk to you about
3?
Right?
adjusting
Yeah.
your spells.
Basically, you just allowed him to
Solid.
break himself.
I know.
while
Oh, you get to
while
be
Shannon
pitch
is
ball.
changing
good.
his HP and stuff,
I'm good. I rolled a 7,
one
so I
more
got plus
one
10.
more little housekeeping note. I know we're already streaming and we're going to start the game very soon. Session 17 right now.
Yep.
Around session 20,
Oh yeah.
expect another session
Don't forget to add your
0
Conda, that
type of
too.
situation where I'd like to have a sit down with you guys.
Your
It's been
Conda
10
that.
more sessions. The story has progressed. I'd like to
Rolled 7.
reconvene and come back to
Just wanna make sure.
how have your goals changed, how have your motivations changed, loot options that you guys are looking for, where you want your story to progress as the game is moving on. So just keep that in mind. Start thinking about stuff like that. It's not a while. It's going to be a while away because we still have 18, 19, and 20 to play. But around that time, just expect me to want to do another session 0 kind of situation. So, is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
No, we
All right.
can't.
Let's go ahead and
Oh,
get
you're like-
started.
My palms are sweating.
So,
No, seriously.
Arms are heavy.
Oh, I forgot the mage staff. Damn it.
for a recap, Rynny and the Jets found themselves completing a few quests and situations in the. Yes, sir. Before we get started, what do you need?
I think I just put my credit card information on Twitch. I just pulled my computer away, but
Hold on. Reopen.
I don't know where it was at because I just pulled the whole computer towards me.
What I'm saying, like, okay, keep opening. Keep
Like,
opening.
it would have been there at the most.
Okay, so the most I can read is checkout. Everything else is completely incomprehensible.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
You're fine.
Because that font is itty bitty teeny tiny, and even then I didn't see anything with.
Let's see, scroll up. Oh yeah, that's good to almost put it right back on there instead of scrolling away from it first.
So,
I was gonna say, I saw checkout and like an inch and a half below, maybe in there. I could see writing, but I couldn't see what any of it was.
Rynny and the Jets found themselves in the city of Fairhaven, completing a few quests for the magistrate, Ava Ir Osting. Upon completion of these quests, the party decided to follow the fighter Gunther to the city of Sharn, where he is scheduled to have a pit fight on the 5th of Ire, about 6 days away. 7 days away at the time. The party wrapped up their business within the city of Fairhaven and navigated a form of transportation from Fairhaven to Sharn. They managed to purchase passage on an airship, the Cloudbreaker, captained by Captain Baz. You set off from Fairhaven and began your adventures towards Sharn. During the flight, though, you began to approach what appeared to be a storm developing on the southern coast of Corvair. Just a second. Why won't you let me move? Why won't you let me
It's right there.
Oh, no, because so you have to grab on this side and then you can move it.
It's so hard to do this backwards.
Yes, it is.
Boom.
Do you want to flip it so you can see it better?
I was gonna say, if you hit
'Cause
that,
then
will
you
it go
guys-
full screen?
Yes.
No, but
God, the problem is trying to get to it.
But that's what I mean. Why don't you flip it around so it's towards you? Bud?
But then it'll be upside down for you guys. I'd rather it be visible for you guys. I'll struggle a little bit as long as you guys, it's easier for you to read. So, leaving the city of Fairhaven up here and navigating your way south. As you began to approach the southern edge of the continent of Corvair on your second day of travel, you saw a storm developing, what appeared to be a storm, large cloud formations developing in the direction you are traveling. As you approached the storms, the captain made the call to go ahead and push through. He did not seem scared of tumultuous weather or turbulence or anything that would damage the cloud breaker. He felt confident in him and his crew and his ship's abilities to navigate through and arrive for a quick layover in Rote before departing the following morning for Sharn. Upon entering the large cloud formations, the ship seemed to run aground, oddly, a couple thousand feet in the sky. A few of the party members decided it was pertinent to exit the ship and board what seemed to be a floating chunk of land. Upon further investigation, this chunk of land seemed to be a disconnected piece of the city of Metrol, what was formerly the capital city of Sire, during and before the last war, but was annihilated in the morning along with the entire nation of Sire. As you began investigations, this floating island began to vibrate and suddenly shifted into a different plane of existence, and you found yourselves stranded without a way to exit. With the only path forward leading deeper into this shard of the city, you progressed further, encountering some undead along the way, but also finding a piece of the city that was damaged but not destroyed. Gunther, the fighter who was from the nation of Sire, had flashbacks and memories and feelings being in a city that he thought he would never step foot in again. But yet here lies a shard of it, seemingly alive and well. As you progress farther on, you solved a few puzzles, delved deeper and deeper before encountering a room full of statues, what turned out to be petrified monsters, and a former guard of the city of Metrol. After brief combat, you helped the soldier fulfill his duties and pass on. He was suspended by some odd energy, odd magic that kept him tethered to this portion of the city, but fulfilling his duties relieved him of that burden, and he was allowed to pass on beyond the mortal trappings that he was kept in. You solved another puzzle and began to proceed farther into this shard of the city, discovering a chamber farther below that seemed to house a lot of machinery. What appeared to be maybe a wrecked observatory when it was back in the day when it was a part of the city and actually functional. And inside this observatory, you discovered 2 mind flayers that were experimenting on an artifact. And while they were experimenting on this artifact, they also had a prisoner, a person that was chained to a table. Cuffed to a table. They seem to be using this person for power, almost, as a conduit to help crack into this artifact, whatever it was, this scroll that seemed to be sitting on a table in the center of the chamber. As you investigated the situation, you stayed hidden, but then were discovered and noticed, and combat ensued. Ren becoming dominated by the mind flayers, many of the party members falling to stuns from them, and Jet running headfirst into combat with a dangerous monster in an effort to protect the rest of the party, most of all, Ren. But Ren managed to touch this artifact, which seemed to activate it for some reason. It sent out this massive pulse of energy, and it knocked everyone to the floor, including the table where this prisoner was attached. As combat progressed, the prisoner managed to get free and rise and assist the party. Upon defeating the Mind Flayers, the party was introduced to Sitari, this prisoner, who was present and gave some information, but was definitely scatterbrained, was focusing on other things, was paying attention to other things, was turning over thoughts in their head. And while you were having conversations with this being, 3 other people arrived, landing on the balcony where you had come through the secret door behind the bookshelf. This group of people, this group of new arrivals, began to accost your group and lay claim to this artifact, seemingly being summoned or notified of its location by the pulse of energy that was released when Ryn touched the artifact. You later identified this person as Lady Vol and 2 of her personal guards. As she descended the stairs and monologued, as villains are wont to do, she detailed how little regard she has for the mortal races of Eberron, how inconsequential she feels you are, and how you are squandering your existence when you could be getting more out of your lives and even what lies beyond. She laid claim to the artifact, but you all rejected that claim and began to make an attempt to defend it when Sitari stepped up and whispered in Vale's ear and told him to lay hands on the rest of his party. And as he did, she whispered in his ear and said, "Think of somewhere safe, think of home." And with that, she cast teleport, and all of you disappeared out of this shard of the city and appeared, boom, your feet touching the ground.
It was a girl? I remember the description being a tall, bald guy.
They is how I recalled it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
They,
you're right.
yeah,
It was
just-
they.
And
Yeah, it's gonna say.
androgynous with a feminine lean.
Yep.
Okay.
And so, where we pick up, you find yourselves sort of out of breath. Most of you never having been teleported before. The weird shunting as you get moved from one place in existence to another, almost instantaneously. And you land. You take a second, and you look around, and you see that the entire group is present. But you find yourselves inside of a dimly lit room, approximately 60 feet long, 40 feet wide. And the walls of this room are a shade of forest green, with lightly patterned wallpaper covering them. Stretching about 4 feet off of the ground, you see light wood paneling running all along the walls. The floors are wooden, and there are a couple rugs scattered around the room, predominantly under 2 large desks that flank the front end of this building where you now find yourselves. Both of these desks are dark wood, not intricately designed or crafted, but well made and sturdy. The desk on the left, so where you guys are at in this building, what would be the front door is to your back, and you are facing the rest of the building. The desk that would be to your left has stacks of files piled on it, papers strewn everywhere. You see a 3/4 full bottle of whiskey and a couple mostly empty packs of cigarettes. There's a almost overflowing pile of crumpled up paper and other debris spilling from a small metal trash can to the side of the desk. Opposite this desk, though, The desk on the right is almost perfectly clean, if not for a few pieces of paper scattered across the top, and a rather undisturbed layer of dust that covers the top surface of everything resting there. Behind the desk, you see a window with curtains pulled shut. The window does appear to have some design or logo on the opposite side of it, but with the curtain and obviously it being on the other side, you can't really make out what it is. To the side of the desk, again, another small trash can that is empty. And the opposite side of the desk, in the corner of the room, there is a large potted houseplant. It's at this point you begin to notice, and you sort of take a second to listen to your surroundings, and you hear the rain outside. As you look further down into the room, at the far end, there's a fireplace, large stone hearth, but it's dark and cold at the moment. Near the hearth is a circular rug and table with 4 large armchairs surrounding it. 3 of these armchairs are pulled away from the table, while one of them is pulled up close to it. And scattered across the surface of this table, you can see another assortment of files and papers and newspaper clippings. Nearby stands a large blackboard on wheels that is completely covered in papers that are taped up. Chalk lines, words circled, scratched out, erased. But in the top corner, you can see 2 names. You see Vale and Corin. Underneath each of these names... Huh?
How do you spell Corin?
C-O-R-R-A-N. Corin.
Corin.
You said, I thought you said Corin.
C-O-R-R-I-N.
A-N. Underneath these names, you can see a score of tallies. Underneath Vale, you count about 22. Underneath Corin, only 8. On the wall to the side of the hearth, what would be your left side, pinned to the wall is an enormous map. This map probably stretches 30 to 35 feet long, 15 feet tall, 10 to 15 feet tall. In the center at the very top, you can see scrawled in intricate, flowing calligraphy, Corvair. You can see each of the nations drawn out, their borders highlighted. You can even see a few places where the borders have been painted over and redrawn, probably from land reclamation during the signing of the Treaty of Thronehold. It's at this point, Ryn, that you realize that you've never actually seen a map of the entire continent of Corvair. You've seen small maps and sketchings of your local area in Karnath, but you've never seen something this big. And it takes you a moment, and you're looking at it, and you actually can't identify where you're from, because you don't know where Karnath fits in this grandiose map. On the wall to the side of this large map of Corvair, you do see a smaller map, only about 10 feet wide, about 8 feet tall, and in a similar location to where the large map says Corvair, this one says Breland. And as you look at it, you notice that it's a more regional map of the country of Breland. More detailed. You can easily make out the cartography and the illustrations for a few mountain ranges labeled the Black Caps and the Howling Peaks and the Grey Wall Mountains. You can also see in great detail the shape and the outline, the iconic shape and outline of the Dagger River, flowing south as it connects to the 2 tributaries that break off to the sides that make up the hilt. Nestled right where the Dagger River connects with the hilt, you can see a large circle labeled Sharn. As you take a moment and you inspect these maps, just a second.
How do you spell Breland also?
B-R-E-L-A-N-D.
1 E?
Yes.
Never saved next.
Also the big map. I'm sorry. There's
Yeah.
a lot of notes on that. The whole map is Corvair?
It's this.
It's that.
Okay. That's what was throwing me off. Okay.
Hold on just a second, guys. I did not save it
No.
properly.
The reason I started laughing is because
I didn't even catch you laughing.
the blackboard, my mind 100% goes to It's Always Sunny.
No.
See,
Yeah, I know.
there never was.
I drew a lot of inspiration from that.
Uh-huh.
So,
Never find Pepe Silva.
There is no Pepe Silva.
Yeah, his name is Corin.
As you look at... Are you
Corin is my partner.
I know.
Close.
But I'm saying,
Is this
they
some, like,
are actually the partner?
Is this some, like memento shit?
No.
I've
It's
never
fine.
seen
It's
that
his
guy.
black
A little bit
personality.
I need to watch that movie. That's what I'm wondering. He's Jim Carrey from the movie.
This is
22.
challenging.
Yeah, I can
We
imagine.
will get there, guys.
Yeah.
I promise. I'm slowly getting much better at using my mouse upside down. As you look at the larger map of Corvair, you can see that it's covered in a multitude of items. In many of the cities on each map, you can see an assortment of colored pushpins. Blues, yellows, reds, greens. There are also small yarn lines connecting a few locations with pieces of news articles, journal entries, sketchings and drawings attached near these locations. It's at this moment you all start taking your surroundings. And you let out a deep breath that you didn't realize you were holding as the situation inside of the floating island of Metral developed. And now you find yourselves in what appears to be relative safety.
V is going to do his detect thoughts as like a radar, just to see if anyone else is around.
What's the range?
30 feet around.
Nothing. Besides the party.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see V's runes basically light up for a second, and just directly into Ren's mind, just hear there's no one else.
That Discord notification was a message to you.
I saw it.
Oh, okay.
I saw it.
I'm just like
I already planned on
doing
that.
like that giddy thank God I'm alive laughter.
First,
Do you respond to me? Because if not,
No, I'm taking a moment.
so then he's gonna turn to Jet and do the same thing. There's no one around.
yeah, first thing Jet's gonna do is see if Ren's still next to him.
Everyone's present.
Yep, and
The
then
entire
just
party is present.
kneel down and hug her to him.
I'm just
The entire party is present. Sitari is not with you. Neither is the artifact. You, landing here and taking a moment and sort of processing and looking around and seeing everyone with you, and just that wave of post combat fatigue hits you.
Yeah.
And you walk
The
over.
adrenaline's
You
wearing
walk
off.
over to your desk. You pull the chair out, and you just slump down inside of it with a massive. You all see that Vale goes to the desk on the left, the piled up, covered in papers and files. And he just sits down and.
Has anyone actually spoken yet?
No, I was gonna say at this
Well,
point.
I was gonna say
No, I've spoken to them too, but it's in their heads, not
Yeah.
out loud.
the first thing that Zareth looking around, noticing that we have now reappeared, is gonna take his staff, the staff he has, and slam it into the ground and goes, "God damn it! Why the fuck did we leave? We had her. She was right fucking there."
You're a fucking fool if you think we can take that.
Get it, throw it, baby.
Good job.
Nice save.
Good recovery.
And then to V, Jet will just kind of give like a thankful nod, an acknowledgement to the there's no one else here.
How close are those armchairs?
They would be here. How about I show you?
What?
Arm's length.
Yeah, we missed you.
How about?
Oh my God, it's a combat encounter. We're not safe. You screwed up.
So the only thing that changes is this right here, right? This is the blackboard. It's actually right here. This being the map is actually on this wall. Okay?
Kind of roll backwards.
Yeah. So I made some alterations after Nick submitted this to me. So this right here is right here, and the maps stretch here. You all find yourselves right about here, and Vale is currently sitting in that chair. This being the fireplace and the chairs and the table.
Do I have to roll to notice that Vale's name's on the wall?
I'm sorry?
Do I have to roll to notice that Vale's name's on the chalkboard?
No, this is in the time that you guys land and sort of assess your surroundings, it's easy enough to sort of scan the environment and see, okay, blackboard names, you can see, you gather your surroundings
Sure.
well enough. there's no need to roll.
Well, that's fine. So basically, V's going to just point at it and then turn to you in the chair and go, "You."
As
Yes.
you pull away, you just kind of hear Ryn whisper one word.
Oh, I closed it. It was a 50. I had 2 of them open, and it was a 50-50 shot.
And that's it.
Yeah, which if you moved from Jet, he would let you go, but it's a pretty tight hug.
Okay, that's,
On that one.
I'm not. I'm like fully like just head in your shoulder, just kind of like shaking with relieved laughter. Still, just coming down off of the.
Also, I will say, I do have, similar to the Corvair map that is pinned, I do have another map. I do have an image of the smaller map with
The
pins on it
Breland
as well. Whenever anyone wants to inspect it, I have it ready and I can pull it up. So I just wanted to.
Quick question.
Yes,
How
sir.
are we looking? Because some of us took some serious shit in that fight.
You're.
Battered.
It's weird. You're battered and dirty,
And exhausted.
but and you're exhausted. But you look around and most people's wounds are healed. It looks like people are okay. There must have been something weird with you guys being plane shifting and moving around, and that teleport. Something must have happened that you still show signs of battle and combat, but nobody appears grievously injured.
Okay. I was just asking if, because Jet was below half health at
You're
that
good.
point, so he was pretty rough.
And again, as you all mill about the space, you just see Vale sitting at his desk, hands on his temples, just 1,000-yard stare.
Can't tell you how nice it is to hear the rain here again.
Which, on that note, you take a moment and you listen. And Rote, being as far south as it is, Rote sort of resides in a weird border between 2 different like climate areas. The southern part of Corvair, where Sharn resides on that southern coast, is typically pretty tropical, but not like Caribbean, more Mediterranean. Very temperate. A lot of humidity, but it's not like a rainforest where it pours rain all the time. While to the north of Rote are a lot of plains and valleys that almost border on like the savannas of Africa, sort of like that half plainland, half desert style area. And you sort of listen to the rain for a second, and it's been a long time since you've heard a storm roll through here. Rote typically gets showers, like light showers,
But not
but
this.
they're sporadic. They last for 20 or 30 minutes and then they move on. But as you sit here and you process and the group interacts with the room, the rain is heavy, it is consistent, and it shows no signs of stopping. And occasionally, you hear a peal of thunder roll across the city. So it throws you for a bit of a loop.
Quick, out of here, question. Back last session, who actually was it Jet that killed the Mind Flayer?
V
killed him. Okay. Want to make sure.
Yeah.
In the head.
Yeah. V saved Jet's ass. That's what happened.
So again, I'll switch to this one, and just to give you guys a quick little
As
point. You guys are right here. Okay? This is where you are at this location. That blue pin right there is Rote. Down here is Sharn. So like I was saying, most of this southern coast right here is pretty tropical. But Breland right here, this central valley, even though it's green on the map, like this central valley and this area of Zilargo is pretty dry.
Sorry, before you go back there, can you point to where Fairhaven was?
Fairhaven is
It was
right
wasn't it?
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you were here, you had made the travel all the way south, and you were...
Yeah, we don't quite
We
know
were
exactly
almost
where we-
quite to road.
Yeah, you...
Yeah.
the
Still a couple
interaction, the the crash,
Yeah.
quotation marks, with the island happened early morning on your second day of travel, and you know that you were supposed to arrive in Rote that evening.
Okay.
At this point,
So we're like
at this
3/4 of the way
point,
there.
does anyone here have Keen Mind?
No.
Based on the lighting coming through the windows, you would gather it to be probably mid-afternoon.
Okay.
I apologize. I do have to ask one thing for Zareth because I cannot remember actually now that I'm thinking about it. I found a note, crazy science guy, to Derek's.
Mhm.
Have we connected Derek's to Lady Vol yet?
Yeah,
I
actually
believe-
I have the notes written down, and it does explicitly say Lady Bull.
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
it does.
I believe
so
it.
Zareth
I
has
believe
connected
it
the names
does.
of Derek's
Yes.
and Lady Vol
Yep.
together.
Yes.
Okay.
They are
That
100%
was-
I just
connected in
wanna make
your
sure
mind.
that was like-
Yep, dungeon crawl.
I want her
Let me
stewing, and I wanna
let
make
me
sure that I'm
swing through my
actually, like,
notes.
Suing for legit.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm almost positive we had because we
That's what I
got the bag
thought.
of holding and there was the Lady Evil's finger and all that shit too.
The letters. Soren develop a technique to harness corrupt their creation forges to help mass produce an army of death to help us achieve our goals. We have put up with your failures long enough. It's taking too long and the lady is becoming impatient. If you
Yes.
dare return to Ilmar Hold without results, you'll not see the next sunrise, Lady Bull.
Okay.
So yes, it did directly connect them.
Well, after that ordeal, I need a drink, and I'm just gonna open up one of my desk drawers and just pull like 6 glasses out, and then set them up on the top, and I'm just gonna open the bottle and just start pouring into a glass, and then kind of stop, and then look around,
Zareth's gonna walk over.
and I start pouring other glasses,
Zareth takes 2. No shit's given.
and then pour another glass for you.
First one I drink.
Has it been established that we know we're in a place that you?
I don't think anyone has any
I-
idea.
You said
The
you.
show-
So
not
he
got that
pointed
far.
and then nobody said anything. So
Yeah.
they're
So,
just gonna stand
but
there
no.
looking
No,
at
I was gonna say yes.
To
that's-
your guys' appearance,
I did
you
say
guys
that was
appeared
mine.
in you guys landed in this room, and everyone's sort of like, and Vale just made himself at home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vale just sat down at a
But
desk.
no one heard, what was the individual's name?
Satari.
Satari. No one heard your interaction with Satari right before they told
Oh,
her.
that's.
I don't
right.
believe
You would have picked up on it.
I was gonna say
You're
I
the
think
only
you have
one.
a passive that was high enough. I
You're
think
the
that was
only
it.
one that would have
Yep.
picked up on it. And you, realistically, all you heard was, put your hands on your friends. And that was it.
So, what happened?
There,
Why are we here?
there was no way we were going to be able to get out of that fight. Satari gave us an exit.
Where did they send us?
They just told me to think of home. So, well, here's home. And then I just downed my entire drink and just said it.
So I have at this point picked up 2.
Yeah.
I'm just chugging one. As I finish it, I just shut the cup and I walk over and I hand Jet one.
Jet will.
Not politely, I'm not like.
Oh yeah, not just in your face, Bard. Yeah. Thank you.
I can't believe we got out of that. I thought she had us for sure.
Who was she?
A fucking right cunt.
I believe
No
that
disagreements.
we just narrowly escaped the Lady Ilmaro Bull.
Cunt?
I'll explain
I
that.
taught him the word cunt.
I'll explain that at some point. You're not old enough.
Very bad person, D. Very bad.
How did you know that? What?
She's been traveling with Zareth this whole time.
Well, and Jet.
Well,
That's true.
someone's dropped that word eventually.
At that
This
point,
is-
I'll pull out
This-
a single cigarette from one of the multitudes of
So
pretty
this
much empty
is-
packs.
This is your office.
Office, home, headquarters.
It is
Pretty much just
storming.
everything that I need for my space.
It is storming.
Yeah, seems a little harder than usual, but altogether not an unwelcome sound from what we were just dealing with. So, yeah, that was an ordeal. Those,
One word for it.
the things that we were fighting, the one that almost got you.
I've
I've
one more question to you, Tyler.
Yeah.
In all the years Zeref's been around, like, has he at least heard of a mind flayer? Would he be able to associate the word mind flayer with what we fought?
Roll
But not
a.
necessarily know about
Roll a. I will allow you to do.
I was gonna say,
No, just do history. Roll a history check.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I just
Oh,
from
God,
me doing random
That is a
research
19.
on. Oh yeah.
You've read stories of beings that resemble what you encountered. Those stories talked about these extra-dimensional beings that thirst for knowledge, intellect, and they will stop at nothing to acquire it. But the way they acquire this knowledge is by feasting on the brains of those that they kill. Which you sort of make the connection, and you're like, you start.
Is it still in there?
It's literally you all standing there, and as you say the word Zareth, or as you're thinking, and you watch Zareth go, and then he just looks at Jet because you realize
What was
about to happen.
Yeah.
Which Jet's just looking at Vale like, the thing that got me, like, what do you want me to say about it? Like, that's his look.
No, I just.
I am gonna kind of keep an eye on Jet and just look at him and see, if how he's doing. Just make sure he's okay.
I've heard stories of those things, but I thought those were just
Fucking stories.
scary stories that people tell their kids so they'll sleep at night. Or
200
maybe
fucking
not
years. I've
sleep.
never seen one.
I've never seen one of the things.
I'm good. You see your head.
Don't touch my head.
You have any idea what that thing nearly did to you? It's
You
fucking
see-
foolish.
you see
Should've
it-
ran at it.
As you inspect his head, you can see on his temple there's like a little sucker mark, like almost like a hickey, like right here on the temple. There's just like one little tiny like.
Is that the one that I left him, or the one that the mind flayer left him?
You choose.
Oh, okay, that's the one I left. It was foolish.
It was going to hurt Ren.
I'm glad you are okay.
Yeah, I got dominated.
Hot. Ryn,
Um,
how are you doing?
A little shaken, but I think I'm alright. V, thank you for saving Jet.
Yes. Truly.
It died.
Did. V did good.
So you killed both of them?
One fucked on out with it.
Oh.
What's the
Yep.
second one? First one dead.
Thank you.
I will say, so this is my place. So anybody feel free to do anything you'd like. Make yourself at home.
I immediately catch fireball.
One thing I forgot about the description. From where you guys are standing, you're looking towards the back of the room, right? And there's that fireplace on the left, like the back left. To the back right is a staircase that ascends.
Fireball. No.
You guys can
Mine's
on
bigger.
my tea.
I disagree. Mine's the same.
Is any
Roll a d6. Let's
is
find
anyone
out.
hungry?
I don't think I've eaten since the airship. I'm famished. Gunta?
Like rummaging, looking for something. I found like just stale meat in my pocket. Just dried meat.
We could probably find something better.
You just see me take a
And
bite out
I'll,
of it
I'll
anyway.
get up from my chair and start walking up the stairs.
How do you spell Vale again? Sorry, V-A-L-E.
V-A-E-L.
I have fucked up every single time I've spelled your name, and it's been like 8 times on here.
Kind of.
Find
like-
your place, buddy.
I'm like just kind of like slowly looking around, and I kind of walk over to the big map. I'm just kind of like stretching my head back and forth. I had no idea that this was all here. It's so big.
Jet
I
will
don't even know where I'm from.
Jet will walk over, and he knows where Ren's from, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would locate. It's sorry.
Oh.
Well, I mean the country.
Oh, Karnath. Yeah.
Karnath.
You walk over, and thinking back to when you and Ren first met up, up here is the country of Karnath. You remember that you picked up Ren. I know it's hard because this is a 720p TV, so it's difficult to see. You picked up Ren somewhere right around this mountain range, right here. You were traveling through this. There's a string of villages that surround this lake, and one of them is a little bit on the more western side of it, like sort of halfway between like the lake and this woods up here, and that's where you and Ren first met.
Jet would look at it and kind of go from Karnath, and then he'll kind of circle it. Or I assume he can reach. If he can't, then at least he'll kind of, stand on his tippy toes if he needs to.
Wait, how tall are you?
He's 6 foot.
I feel like
He's 6'3".
It's not like these are high walls or anything, right?
15-foot ceilings.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I was gonna say depending on where he was
Approximately the same as like the room we're in right now. These are 12.5-foot ceilings.
So you're from Karnath, which is here, and you are right about, and he'll kind of trace right along to that mountain range. Your town is somewhere in here.
And you notice that on this map of Karnath, the village isn't even listed.
Kind of look a bit crestfallen.
So, can I roll perception for that?
So where this map is there anything else near, or is it just like on a huge ass wall?
It's literally like
It's two giant
there
maps
are
on a
like
huge ass
there are
wall.
like railroad spikes pinning this thing to the wall
But
in
this,
every
this
corner.
is super huge.
It's a 30-foot wide map. It spans the entire continent of Corvair. There are, in your travels, in your time, in your worldliness, there are nations on this map that even you didn't know about.
Okay.
Specifically, the ones over here, the Demon Wastes, the Shadow Marshes,
Sounds fun.
and there are islands over here as part of the Lazar Principalities that you weren't aware of.
What's the first letter of the village you're from?
B.
B. Okay. So as like she's looking like very sad and solemn, like she feels like she's not represented on this map. I reach into my like armor and I pull like a button off of a shirt I have, and you see me like messing with my hand. I just take this button and I just slam it against the wall where the village is supposed to be, and just a big B on this button. Or
Kind of laugh.
there you are, little one.
Thank you, good.
Just kind of slap you on the back.
Got to perk up a little bit. At least there's memory of my village left. It's probably pretty tall, but I'll just kind of reach up and just kind of air draw the B.
Sorry.
Where are we?
Jet will kind of look and again trace back and we're in the Vale Zone, which is here. Wrote, and he'll kind of point it out.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Server reset.
Sarah has to take
Server
this.
reset for ESO.
I was like, who's playing the synthesizer?
That's fucking weird because my phone's set to do not disturb and all notifications are supposed to be off.
Well, it's a reset.
No, like, I literally set a reminder.
That's
Like, it shouldn't, like,
But it reset it.
So we're in
that went over my head.
Wrote.
I will say, so I was making my way upstairs, but then once you guys started talking about the maps and stuff like that, I'm going to kind of hang back for a second while you guys were all discussing
You're
this.
all having this discussion, and Vale is just sort of like 2 or 3 steps up the stairwell, just sort of like leaning against the wall, sort of sitting on the handrail, just sort of watching you all.
I mean, if you're...
Are you smoking?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that I'm probably on my second cigarette.
You see him finish his first cigarette, look around, and just sort of like flicks it into the fireplace, and in the same motion of flicking it, reaches in, pulls the pack out, pulls another one, and lights it. And then just
And then
as soon as he lights it, it's a...
I'll walk over to the map, and you're asking where we are, which on this map with grand scheme of things, this is the area we're in, but more accurately. And then I'll walk over to the second map,
It's loading.
You're good.
What the fuck?
Was that you that
Photos
asked for
just
it?
crashed.
Mm-hmm.
The whole
So,
photos app just crashed.
walk over to the.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting really good at this, guys.
Like anybody
I'll point out.
I'm
So,
impressed.
so this is road.
How do you spell road? Sorry.
WROAT. So this is where we're at currently, but this entire map is just this small section on the large map.
And again, as you sort of take a moment and look at the smaller map, you do see like it's more detailed. While the major map of Corvair, it still shows the mountain ranges, it still shows the large forests and all that. None of them
We are in Rote, which is this one.
None of them are labeled, but when you come and look at this map, you can actually see that the forests and the mountain ranges that surround and are a part of Breland are all labeled. And so, like, you have the Grey Wall Mountains over here, and you have the Black Caps, and then the Howling Peaks supporting this what would be the eastern border.
So is that like a landmark? The Dragon's Crown?
Yes.
I literally thought that was a tavern. Okay.
No.
I was like,
that is
that's a
a
tavern.
landmark that I would like to visit sometime because I've heard some interesting shit.
We're in roads, and we're gonna go, trail down to Sham.
This is where we're headed.
I'm just kind of like, I'm so far from home.
This is probably the.
It's been
I mean, this is the.
you've traveled quite a distance.
This is the furthest you have ever been, and you're gonna keep getting further.
The
Lord of the
furthest
Rings.
you
It's
had
like
ever
one more
been from your village
This is the furthest
was the shores of the lake,
Have you seen a huge
or
map where
the
it's
edge
like-
of the forest where your father used to hunt. And now you find yourself almost directly opposite side of the continent. And you take a moment, you realize you don't really have a scale for distance. You don't really know, like, it's a massive map, right? And the country seems large, but it's hard to sort of be like, well,
Right, I can't really grasp the magnitude.
the scale.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you would know from quick, like, just sort of eyeballing it, as the crow flies from Rote to where Gunther just slammed that bee. You're probably looking at upwards of... Let me eyeball real quick because I need to look at the map too.
At least 7 feet.
You're looking upwards of
That's a high whiz, low
8.
intelligence answer.
maybe 9,000 miles.
I will say, so as we're doing this,
At least 7.
and everybody's doing this, you kind of you definitely notice because of your passive perception, but like something changes about me for a split second, and I just realized that we've gotten back here. This is the first time I've been here in a while. I'm gonna do like a quick once over in the room investigation wise and see if anything's out of place or changed.
2?
No, I mean still not great,
3.
or still not bad, but 19.
This motherfucker.
You slut.
No, it probably wasn't bad, but he's got like a plus 18.
No, I have a plus 9, so I rolled a 10.
Oh shit.
No.
So you do a once over, and as far as you can tell, your desk, the other desk, seem to be as you left them. You sort of look around, you check the chalkboard, and you're looking at the chalkboard. Everything seems to be as you left it. You walk over, you're looking at the maps. You're looking at it. You just, It seems to be the way you left it, but there's just... It seems odd. Something seems off. It seems to be the way you left it. Like, all the pins are in the same place, all your sketches are in the same place, but you're sort of standing there and you're looking... It's like that deja vu moment, almost. Like, you're looking at it and you're like...
Something's off. You just can't tell at all.
You can't put
what
your
it is.
finger on it. You're just like, it's... And so you sit there and you mull it over for a second, and you finish your cigarette. You kick it into the fireplace. You pull another one out. And you're like, it's just nerves, jitters, in the fight. You sort of take a second and you realize that even after you've taken a drink, even after you smoke 2 cigarettes, your heart is still racing.
So,
Valid.
Are you at your desk?
No, I'm standing in front of the maps right now. So I'm very near my desk.
You have sat at your desk.
Oh yeah.
Over here. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of look around. So we see your desk. We see this desk covered in dust. I say, Vale.
Mm-hmm.
Who did this belong to?
Well, Jet and I have had a little bit of a conversation about him, but
Take out the Bloodhound's signet ring.
this is the desk of Corrin. He was my partner, if you will. We basically started this detective agency as just a small little fun thing to do on the side, earn some money, and just kids bullshitting around. And but he's no longer around anymore.
You say agency.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of the agency?
We've had a few different names, but the name we're currently with is the Fox and the Hound. I'm obviously the Fox, and well, he was the Hound, and I look over at the Hound signet.
Fox and the Hound.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a children's play about that one time.
Well, our other name was play on another.
I saw it too. Made me cry.
Our other name was a play on another one, but everybody thought that was too on the nose, so we changed our name.
And it was?
Well, it was about a old detective novel series that was very popular when we were children growing up. Funny enough, it was a book series that followed the. Oh my God, where is
You
it?
don't seem very knowledgeable. of this.
Hold on, shut up. I
Fuck
have
you,
so
Zach.
many
We've just
fucking
had a
notes
bad
on
day.
this.
Fuck you, Zach. We've just had a bad day.
Did Vale bring food?
Not
No,
bad.
I was going upstairs to do food, and then I got distracted with maps.
Oh yeah.
Do you still have that giant hunk of meat?
He just
Gave you all
pulls
those
it out.
time ago?
Travel meat? I don't know. It's a couple weeks old at this point.
Oh god.
It was
We
jerky,
sold
I
it?
think.
It was.
Oh, okay.
Right, so yeah,
That should be good.
I can rummage around my bag and just get out Gunter's travel meat.
Told you, come in
It's
handy.
clutch. It's so clutch.
And you thought it was
By the
stupid.
way, like, since you're looking this up,
Yes.
say some other thing that
Future
you'll
use
notice
big
is,
brain.
so Zareth, I'm assuming, is able to tell that this person was important. So he's going to take part of his robe and just try and wipe the dust away from his desk and clean it, make it look nice.
Presentation.
There's a
I
moment-
was gonna say the same thing.
See, I
You see him-
like,
You see him do that. You see him sort of put his hand inside of his robe a little bit and start to wipe some of the dust off. And for a moment, you almost start to like yell at him and tell him to stop. But
Yeah.
then you just let it be.
do I notice that he seems? Does he
I
seem
mean,
does he seem
I
agitated?
yes, and I wouldn't be really trying to hide it, but then I just kind of stop myself.
Well, then at that point, Zareth would stop and go, "Oh, sorry," because he's not purposefully gonna like piss Vale off.
There it is. So my detective agency was originally named after a famous series of novels about a woman who went by the name of Angela Fletcher.
Fucking kidding me? Really? You goddamn kidding me? Murder She Wrote?
Murder She Wrote.
Change that fucking name.
I almost made that joke
Yeah.
when you spelled out road. I almost
Yeah.
made that.
No.
I was surprised you didn't.
But
I don't know what that is.
In reality, you don't know what that is?
You've never heard
Murder,
of
She Wrote. Yeah, it was
television
an
series
old
Murder, She Wrote?
80s
Murder sitcom.
You know what Monk is?
Yeah.
It's Monk
It's a picture
but older.
Monk,
and it
but
had
with, Angela Lansbury.
It was-
I don't
She,
know that.
Mrs. Potts, and the original Miss Lovett from Sweeney Todd, and
Oh god,
I always feel like I'm
all the
old
stuff
until
from
I
our
listen to
childhood.
them talk about the shows they like.
Hey, I didn't say I liked it. My grandma
Annie,
would watch
Annie Hoosier.
Yeah,
I've seen the whole series.
Table.
It's so good.
Exactly.
Anyway, no, but yeah, but some people thought that was a little too on the nose, so we changed our name. But yeah, this is our detective agency. This is how I've made, well, at least the income that I've made.
How long has it been since you've been here last? Seems a bit dusty.
Well, I mean, I still live here and everything. It's been probably a month since I left last.
How long have we been
I was just saying that
all
doesn't make sense
traveling
at all.
together? A couple weeks, right? 3 at the most.
I thought it was a month.
Because you just said the meat that you got for your birthday is several months old.
No, it's like weeks. It's
or that's
my
what I meant,
birthday
weeks, so
weeks
it's been
was a
like-
couple weeks.
So that did we?
So
all,
it's
was your
probably been
birthday
about
the
a
first
month and a
week you
half
knew?
actually.
Yes.
No.
Second week.
You guys
No,
first.
no, no,
you
no.
guys first met on the train on the 2nd of Therendor. It is currently the 27th of Therendor.
So almost a month.
Really?
So 25 days.
Just
Yeah,
shy-
so it's been
just
about a
shy
month
of
and a
a
half since I've left.
And you guys would know, not counting today, you have. Sorry, 6 days till Gunther's fight. Gunther's fight is on the 6th day from today.
Yeah, no, it's been probably about a month and a half since I've left. Although
Is the fire on? Is it
Fireplace is dark and cold.
yeah, I was gonna say fireplace is dark and cold.
There's actually a.
Would you
there's-
like me to light
as
a
you
fire?
as you get a little bit closer, there's actually a rather finite layer of dust.
Am I gonna do that?
Prestidigitation or something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can't
I
hit.
don't think it's prestidigitation.
Try to see
Oh,
if
or-
you can light a fire.
Create bonfire.
Well, that's
Fire.
Thaumaturgy is what I can do.
Oh yeah.
I
So,
was gonna say I can do both prestidigitation.
so I.
You get ready to do that, and as you get ready to cast the spell, Vale just sort of like puts his hand on yours and stops. And you walk towards the fireplace, and mounted on the side of it, you flip a switch, and you hear it. You hear it.
I've
Fireplace ignites.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Nope.
Neither has V, so V immediately walks up and
That's not magic. What is?
can
I mean,
V
It's magic.
It's yeah.
It's magic.
Oh, it is. Okay.
can V and he points at the switch.
Is that magic? Okay.
I mean, you want to push the switch?
And so he just click, click,
Fire turns off.
click.
He's gonna
Very
do
nice.
this for hours.
Yeah, we might be here. We might be here a while.
And before you hit that third click, Vale just it's a for you, Vale.
Mhm.
It's a rather common enchantment.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
around-
I was gonna say,
It's rather common.
yeah. My parents had multiples of these in their house.
Could I help?
Although you sort of chuckle to yourself as the rest of the party's just like,
Just mesmerized by this, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, haha, something I know that you don't. Common things.
I could help you get some food ready for everyone. I feel like I have questions about the last several hours of my life, but I just don't know where to start.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to eat, I was about to head upstairs and whip up some food. If anybody would like to join.
Jet's gonna down the rest of his drink. I think I need another one before then.
the
Like,
bottle
what do you
that
think?
the bottle that was on your desk is now empty, but you have more upstairs.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got plenty upstairs. And
Good to
then
know.
I'll just start heading upstairs.
Kind of wait for Jet and follow.
Jet would motion for you to go first if you'd like.
Okay, so as you guys follow Vale up the stairs, you emerge onto a second floor, similar dimensions to downstairs, except as you emerge up, You open up into a large chamber, about 2/3 the size of the one below. Dominating the center of the chamber is a large circular conference table, basically. You see about 10 chairs scattered all the way around it. There's a couple piles of papers scattered around. You can see like placemats settings all the way around. Not disorganized by any means, but again, as with sort of everything in this office that you've come across so far, just about everything has a small layer of dust across it. Seems to have been undisturbed for a while. The decor is similar. Shaded green walls with patterned wallpaper, wood paneling that stretches about 4 feet up from the floors that runs all of the walls. As you emerge out of the stairs, off to your right, you can see a small little kitchenette, cabinets, counters, a sink, what looks like a range or a stovetop. Another door next to it that is currently closed. And then at the far end, from where you are now, you see 2 doors in the wall, both of them shut. One of them that says Vale, the other that says Corin. And hanging between them, you see a sign, a wooden sign, attached with 2 chains to a rod sticking out of the wall. And as you all filter into the room and you sort of get a look at it, you can see that the sign is weathered, shows some signs of age, and the painting on it is a little bit faded, but you can see scrawled onto it in not ornate calligraphy, but still in a nice design. You can see Murder, She Wrote, Detective Agency. With wrote spelled W-R-O-A-T. It definitely looks like this sign hung outside in the elements for quite some time.
So I have to ask, out of character, the smell in here. Jet's very sensitive to smell. Is it pretty much all cigarette smoke? Or am I getting anything else?
Well, now that you left the bottom floor, the cigarette smoke is gone. There's like a faint odor of stale cigarette smoke, but the biggest thing you get is just musty. It is
like untouched,
stale.
kind of sitting.
Stale.
Okay.
Well, I'll walk up to one of the cabinets and open it up, and there's a bunch of bottles of different whiskey and rum and all kinds of shit. And as I'm going through and looking through, I'm like, fuck, I forgot. Close it. Walk into my bedroom, or walk up to the door that says Vale, and I'll open up the door, walk into my bedroom, and you hear lots of bottles clinking and clinking and clinking as I'm rummaging through something. And then I bring out 2 bottles, and I'm like, here's the better shit. And I'll set 2 bottles down on the table and open one of them up and start offering to pour drinks.
Ooh, do I recognize one of the bottles? Is it higher end shit? I've been in plenty of bars and taverns to know your top shelf.
I mean,
versus
it's
yours.
As opposed to
what typically you're drinking.
what typically is being sold to you, which is nondescript, unlabeled bottles. These actually have labels on them. They seem to be branded. They seem to be produced.
Aren't there
I mean,
families that make them?
You look at it, and I mean, you've never heard of the name, but looks nice.
Please.
Yeah, I'll just start pouring. And
Thank
anybody else?
There's fine.
All right,
You
then I'll
just-
just start.
Have
I'll
I
pour
ever
myself
seen
again.
Gunther
I was
turn
gonna
down
say
the
the
bar?
same thing.
Did you see
V
others?
turns
Oh,
to
oh,
see
yeah.
Gunther deny a drink and just looks very perplexed.
Gunther is tired after the battle. Want to rest.
I could second that.
Ever heard of a nightcap, my friend?
It's about to.
No.
It's about to make some food. Do you want anything besides your dry jerky to eat before you retire for the evening?
Oh yeah, food. I'll walk
Gunther
up and
wonders what is available.
As you open some of the cabinets, there really doesn't appear to be anything fresh. There is a in the bread box. You open it up, and there's a loaf of bread in there. And as soon as you open it, you immediately shut it and see if anyone was looking because it's a fucking science experiment.
Yeah.
You open some of the doors though in the cabinets, and you do see there are some canned and jarred vegetables, preserves. It's definitely not going to be a full, hot, satisfying meal, but there is, I mean, you have...
Well, I mean, would I be able to, like, scrounge enough with, like, canned vegetables and maybe a little bit of dried jerky to make, like, a passable stew?
Yeah, probably.
Are we noticing that, like, most of it's canned and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
And then considering that he said he's been gone about a month and a half, why don't we just go over to the market? Get something fresh?
I don't even know what fucking time of the day it is.
Okay.
Nope.
No. I mean, yeah, it's. You said about mid-morning.
Mid-afternoon.
Mid-afternoon.
Sorry, probably 3:30ish.
Yeah. So, yeah.
You just got a Discord message.
Okay. Yeah, it's about mid-afternoon. Yeah.
You guys role play amongst yourself later. Before we move into the next part of the
Let's yeah, we can go to the market. Here's
We don't have to, just a suggestion if you don't want to go out yet.
no. I mean, it's we're gonna have to head out eventually. It's been a while since I've been here, but I mean, I know we're on a bit of a time crunch. How long are we thinking of staying here in Rote?
I think we've got some time to kill.
I'm sorry, I just got excited. Don't worry about it.
If you're wanting to stay.
I recognize the music.
Well, no, I just
What's the best way to get? I mean, it doesn't seem like it. According to that big map, it seems like there's still ways to go to get to Sean. What's the best travel?
I mean, to get to Sharn, I mean, Lightning Rail leaves what? Lightning Rail
7
leaves
hours.
from. You said every 7 hours.
No, oh, sorry, it takes 7 hours. So
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying about how many times a day does Lightning Rail leave from Rote
From Rote
to Sharn direction?
to Sharn once a day.
Okay.
You know that the Lightning Rail departs Rote twice a day. The northbound line departs in the morning, so the direction away from Sharn departs early morning, 8 or 9, depending on schedules. And you know that the Lightning Rail from Rote to Sharn departs afternoon, early evening time.
Okay. Well, I just so it takes 7 hours by Lightning Rail. So
No, Joe, this is Dark Souls.
So when would you want to go to Sean?
I can double check.
Like when would you want to be in there?
It was Ori.
Do you
Okay.
want to be the head of your fight to prep and talk to your patron?
Gunter would like at least extra day.
well, I mean, my thinking is we could probably spend the night here and leave tomorrow evening to head to Sharn.
We actually don't know what day it is, do we?
It's Friday.
Well, I was gonna say
But-
we don't
but
know.
it-
that,
Oh,
though.
you don't know
time-
what day the fight is.
No, I mean the
we
actual
don't
day
know
because we
what
just
day
found
it
out.
is
We don't know how much
because
time's
Called
left.
a plane
We
holiday.
haven't figured
Plane
that out
shift.
Fair
yet.
enough.
Yeah.
fair
Yeah,
enough. You wouldn't
so-
know exactly what day it is.
So
Actually,
Mike
that's-
just hit Jet at that moment. You notice he kind of pauses and is confused.
She's a bad person. Got it. No. I mean, we.
Patrick,
It'd
get back over here.
be nice. We could hit the market. Maybe get
You
some
love the
food.
Ferris
Figure
wheel.
out what day it is. See how long we have. If we have the day, we can spend the night here and then leave tomorrow evening and head to Sharn. I just
And also, knowing you're living here and traveling to and from Sharn before, you would know that the Lightning Rail ride from Rote to Sharn is in the neighborhood of about 20 hours.
Wait,
it's 20.
20? I thought it was the 7.
I was gonna say according to the book, it said 7 hours.
Okay. The scales in the book are incorrect.
Oh, okay.
The scales that Keith Baker has put on. So if you look at the scale on this image right there, that is 0 to 1,000 miles. If you look at the scale on Corvair, the same distance is 0 to 500 miles over the entire map. So Breland as a whole spans 1,000 miles, while on the Corvair map, it looks like Breland spans 150 miles.
That's hilarious. Okay.
So this is the proper scale.
Got it.
The entirety of Corvair, like I said, from Rote to
7,000 miles.
is 7,000 or 8,000 miles from there. The ride from Rote here to Sharn, while not that long, if one of my knuckles is one of those blocks, is 1, 2, 3. So you're looking at 3 of those, which is half. So you're looking at about 500 miles. With the lightning rail traveling an average of about 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
But lightning rail doesn't have to stop. So it's a straight shot.
Yeah.
You board mid-afternoon, early evening. You arrive the next afternoon, early afternoon.
We should probably figure out what day it is before we make plans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would make sense.
We can go to the market. My
This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy went.
you can tell Vale's being apprehensive, but
How
Jesus
about
Christ. Sorry, I did some scale thinking. Like, distance to Afghanistan to the United States is about 7,400 miles.
That's the distance you've covered.
That puts it in perspective.
yeah.
it's fine. We can eat.
No.
Take whatever you're more comfortable with. This is your home.
No. I just
I guess I should probably.
the market would be nice because then we can maybe talk to some people, figure out what day it is. My only thing is, so I might not have been completely honest with you guys, and this is going to be coming out eventually anyway.
It's gay. Big.
I mean, I know it, but
This is where you guys are currently.
I might be noticed when we go to the market. People might see me, come up to me, talk to me, that kind of stuff. I guess just being completely forthright. My family's a little more prominent than I've let on.
I don't think you've ever talked about your family.
Yeah, at all.
Are they a big deal?
Have you ever heard of House Madani?
I'm gonna say no.
Probably
you
not, but
no,
you.
the rest of you, except for you, yes. Yes.
Are they one of the
Is
dragon mocked houses?
Is everyone else nodding?
Yes.
oh, Jed's not making an indication.
I was
He's just
say,
gonna kind of look.
If he sees other people nodding, he's gonna go.
What's the house?
Oh, come on! Even B knows.
Madani.
You spell?
Medani.
Are those one of the major houses? Like, oh crap! Who was the innkeeper with the mark?
Oh,
Suvashol.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like Suva Shul.
Yes. But
We saw someone else over there.
my actual surname is Dimadani.
I don't think many of you actually know the Vale's surname. He's only introduced himself as Vale. You haven't really heard him.
I was gonna say, I think at the
mention a
very
last
beginning,
name.
I did actually introduce myself as Vale Dragon Rider.
That's right.
Okay.
Why?
been a long time.
Why the
He would've- Well, he
subterfuge?
would have known that.
You would have pulled that.
Yeah.
Why hide your
Meeting-
family if it's such a big deal?
Meeting new people, you know, I just, people tend to treat me different, and meeting new people, I just tend to be a little more apprehensive to letting people know things about myself, but
Let's make it hard to be an investigator.
a little bit. But I tend to be able to disguise myself well and take on the persona of Vale Dragon Rider, not Velash Dimadani. So
Hold the fuck on. I need to definitely spell that.
Vaelosh.
ASH, and there's actually an accent mark over the A.
Vaelash.
And there's an accent over the A.
Vail is a short
It's like
word.
Veil, but if he was Ash Ketchum.
Yes.
Over the E.
Vaelosh.
So there is-
Catch 'em all.
The second A.
VAEL A accent SH.
And then the last name is lowercase d,
Yeah, I knew how to
apostrophe,
spell that.
capital MEDANI.
What's that house known for again?
You would actually know without any rolling.
Yeah, I was like,
they are the House of Detection. They specialize in predominantly inquisitives, so detectives. They are also well known as sentries and servants for nobility and royalty. And actually, especially in your work as a mercenary, with your sporadic dealings with like House Tharashk and House Danaeth, two of which are known for supplying mercenaries and people. House Tharashk more bounty hunters, and House Danaeth more like armies. There's a common saying that floats around that you, if you are under suspicion that someone is plotting against you, or that something bad might, like an attack might happen, you hire from Demadani. If you know you are being attacked, you hire from House Danaeth. House Danaeth is the strength and the I need a coterie of bodyguards to protect me. House Madani is
Let me suss out the people.
I think this servant is plotting against me. Come investigate.
Luther understands why you're very perceptive now.
Jim V just
Nodding.
I will say I would like to stop in and see my parents at some point in time while we're here. We don't have to stay too long. I don't really want to stay too long, but
I think he's coming home with me.
it's kind of one of those things where if I don't stop in and they know that I've been here and people see me in the market and word gets back and my mom didn't see me, she'd be pretty angry next time she did see me. So,
Do your parents live here?
mm-hmm.
The house bigger than this?
Immensely.
I'm assuming that like this is like a size of like an inn that I have stayed.
It's a
like an apartment almost, or a townhouse.
yeah, it's a
to accommodate the
for
map
what
outside.
you for the experience you've had with like buildings, and again for you, Ren, especially the only real comparison you have is like the houses in your village and what you saw in Fairhaven. This building is big enough that you could fit 4 family homes from your village inside of it, and it sort of clicks at the moment that only Vale and whoever this Corin person is seem to live here, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, we're definitely going to meet your parents, and I want to see that house.
It's at this point you hear bells tolling throughout the city. Not like alarm bells or anything, but you just hear bells. Dum, dum,
Does that make any sense to me?
dum. And it strikes you as odd
Tea
because
time?
you sort of gather what time it is, and you do have like a rough clock in the office, and the clock shows about 3:30ish. And the bells don't really chime on the half hour. There's a
And we're confident the clock isn't like busted or off or anything.
oh no, it's and it's hard to describe, but the bells have a
Just making sure because I have a feeling something's going to go down. We got all the advantages of a long rest just without taking a long rest on level up, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
You're still on the clock for getting sleep, or else you'll incur an exhaustion.
Okay. I'm going to mark myself as a long rest just so that I get
That's
everything
fine.
back.
That's fine. Yeah, you guys haven't used any of your abilities or anything. the bells, and all of you hear the bells tolling.
But for whom do the bells toll?
They're
Told the dip.
sad. There's that. It's hard to describe, but you know, like church bells can toll, and on Christmas they're usually jubilant and happy. But then on Easter they tend to have a more sorrowful, or sorry, on Good Friday they tend to have a more sorrowful sadness to them. As you sit there and listen, you hear that slow.
I was just thinking that.
Dong, dong, and it's just there's this sadness
Bring out
to
your
them,
dead.
and it really strikes you as odd that they're chiming on the half hour. And this is again when it sort of sets in that you listen and the city's quiet. Even though there's a storm going on outside, the city's quiet.
Okay. So we can go to the market, but those bells have me slightly worried.
Perhaps we might be able to find answers at the market.
That's what I was thinking. I just don't want something to happen because we let our guard down. So everybody...
We should split the party.
No. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
But what I'm saying is... Let's go, but we might want to...
Keep together.
Yes.
Stay away.
Keep an eye out for anything.
Well, that's what you're good at. Yeah?
Well, yeah.
By the way, what's the weather temperature? Because I'm still in this big coat that I was wearing on an airship.
You can take off the big...
I am sweating
Yes.
so much.
Bag of holding?
Oh yes, I forgot we had one of those.
Bag of holding.
Alright.
Can breathe.
Let's go shopping. And,
Yeah.
Montage!
Oh my god!
Show
How big is this city as far as like? Is there like a market? Or is it like?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's...
This is like...
This is the capital city of Brayland.
Okay.
Yes. Even though Sharn is immensely bigger.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I thought we were in a capital.
Yeah,
So,
this is the capital. While Sharn might be the center of culture and commerce and all that, Rote is the seat of power for the country of Brayland. Come on. Just- So there in front of you lies.
Sharn is in Brayland as well?
Sharn is in Brayland as well.
Yes.
Affirmative.
So Sharn is basically New York and Rote is basically Washington, D.C.
Very good comparison.
Gotcha.
Very good
Oh,
comparison.
okay. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking more like, what's, I can't think of it now. No, it doesn't matter. But yeah, we can easily go find
He says the fuck.
a few markets.
There are multiple scattered throughout the city.
Yeah, it's what, 1,600 population, I think.
For Rote,
Yeah.
Way more.
Yeah.
upwards of
a lot
40,000,
Oh, okay.
40
Never mind.
50,000.
Say, Frostwind, Icewind Dale.
Yeah, you're thinking...
Oh,
of
yeah,
something
yeah,
else.
yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking Icewind Dale, buddy.
I'm a doo-doo.
So, are you...
So, yeah, let's head on out, but let's be
Yeah.
cautious.
I'm gonna dig out like my travel cloak that has like the more
Rain
water
protection?
repellent. Yeah.
I'm definitely going to keep my collar up on my coat and my hood up, and let's head on out.
Also put his hood up.
Veil. Looking for some components. You think we would be able to find stuff like that around town?
Yes.
He
We
says
will
that,
have
and you
no
it's
problems.
like a fucking Rolodex. You're just like, oh yeah, that one, that one, that
Yeah,
one, that one, that
yeah.
one, that one, and that one. There's like 8 different places you could probably drop them off at.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you all leaving the building?
Yep.
So, with Vale in the lead, you walk downstairs. You go to the front door, and
Right before we do,
Maybe
as
like once
people are kind of
tangent.
you go over there, bud. Come on,
You
we'll
what?
do it.
as people are kind of heading downstairs, Jet will kind of nudge Ren. You think I could get my ring back?
Cool.
So
Fish it from the next one.
and he will put it back on.
Now, was that done in secret or?
Yeah, it would be
Separate
more
from
of
the
a aside, quick, just
basically you all had gone down the stairs, and as like Jet was bringing up the rear, and as Ryn was going in front, he sort of like held her back, waited for you all to go downstairs, and then they had this interaction.
So I know it means a lot to you. Thank you for letting me keep it safe. I'm glad we were both able to exchange it back. It's a close call. Closer than I like.
Well, and we can talk a bit more about it in a little bit.
Like that.
Okay.
Chip chip.
So
Chip,
you,
chip, cheerio.
again, you
Wait for
all
you.
you make your way downstairs with Vale in the lead, and as you approach the front door, you have to unlock the door because the door is locked.
Because we made it in not using the
Do you
door.
have the key still?
Yes, I do. That's how we.
That's what
got
that's
here.
what he focused on to get home. That was the
Oh,
item
that's
he
right,
used.
That's right.
So, you open the door, and you all step out into the streets of Rote. Let me get back to my notes real quick. The city seems quiet. As you step out onto the street, you realize that the building that you just emerged from, the detective agency, hanging above the door, there is another sign very similar to the one you saw hanging upstairs. Same size, same design, but on it, it does say the Fox and the Hound Detective Agency. The exterior of the building is wood and stone. Building's nice. It's well kept. It's a corner unit. The roof is made of stone and clay tiles. As you sort of filter out into the street, you look right, you look left, and you sort of round the corner down the other street. The streets are empty.
Like, completely
Okay,
empty?
this has me really worried.
Well, that's right, because we didn't detect anybody, and if we were just in, well, I guess the house is pretty sizable, right?
Yeah, but still.
And while usually a bustling, busy center of government and commerce, the streets are deserted.
Yeah, are we hearing anything other than the rain?
Tolling,
And our own
the
footsteps.
tolling bells. A drizzling rain falls from a dour gray sky, a roiling mass of clouds that stretches to the horizon in every direction, almost like a blanket draped over a sleeping being. The rain is cold as it falls on your faces, and a small peal of thunder rolls across the rooftops of the quiet city. Hold on one second.
Which part of town are we in right now?
You don't know.
Let me, then I would ask. Vale, is this? Where are we in relation to those bells? Do you think?
Well.
Where are you in relation to the bells? The bells are. You hear them from your right.
Oh,
From
so
your
it's
left.
these are
Through-
multiple
Oh, okay,
vowels.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Got
yes,
it,
yes,
okay,
yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
yes. It's not just one source of the bells.
Tornado siren.
Got it.
I really hadn't really thought about where you guys would be.
I was gonna say-
I'm gonna put you probably somewhere over here.
That's
'cause
exactly what I
there's
was
a
thinking.
market district there.
Right,
There's
I
a
was-
market district there.
I
I'm
was gonna
putting
say
you
I
guys-
saw us being like that, basically like in that area right here.
Yeah, you're right about there.
Cool.
So, as you all sort of still on edge from the situation that you just found yourselves exiting, you sort of look around, and one of the first things that catches your eyes is the lampposts that line the streets. You actually notice that all these lampposts are connected by little wires running down the street, connecting each one. But hanging from the lampposts and the different street signs in the area are these large black bows. Almost every single one has these bows on them.
Does
Some
this
of these-
seem to ring any form of bell?
Some of the doorways and the windows have these bows hanging from them.
He doesn't know what a funeral is.
It's not familiar, but you're definitely getting that sense of mourning.
Yeah,
Um,
but I mean, this isn't like an annual mourning.
no, this
of,
is not.
like-
This is not a festival or a holiday or
Okay,
anything
okay,
like
okay.
that.
Someone important.
You also you start looking at some of the other businesses and the buildings nearby. Doors are closed, windows are shuttered. the small bakery that resides right next door to your detective office, where you typically go to get your breads and your scones in the mornings when you wake up with a bit of a hangover from last night's drinking. You notice it's closed, which is odd because it's always open. Always. Even to the wee hours of the night. It's always open.
Okay, I'm really not getting a good feeling about this.
You notice that every business and establishment around is quiet, dark, and empty.
As soon as you say that, I kind of position myself between Jet and Green's room.
What's going on? Where can we find out?
So,
I don't know.
you guys exited the building, and it obviously you're on a street, and it cuts left and right.
Yeah.
Down to the right, it dead ends at like a little cul-de-sac. To the left, it carries on and it curves out of sight. But since the detective agency is in a corner unit, you sort of exit, and when you're looking down on the left, it curves out of sight, but there's another street right there. And you sort of look down it, and it carries on for about 200 or 300 feet, and then it reaches a T intersection. And as you're all sort of standing there, looking around, trying to figure out what's going on, those bells are still dong, dong. And you would notice at the far end of that street that wraps around your business, where it comes to the T intersection, you see two figures walk into view from the right side of that intersection. Both of them wearing dark clothing, heavy cloaks on with hoods pulled over to protect themselves from the rain. And you can see they cross from the right side. They enter from the right side. They don't turn down the street, and they just keep carrying on. Both of them walking what looks to be like arm in arm as they walk.
That's good.
Shall we?
Should we follow?
Or find your parents?
Yeah.
You know where your parents reside.
Yeah, I know.
Or where your family home is, I should say.
Let's let's go see my parents, I guess.
If they're prominent figures, surely they know. Yes.
Yeah, they should have some idea as to what's going on.
So actually, the way to where your parents are is towards that, like the street that those figures were walking down.
So yeah, let's head on that way.
Lead the way.
Yeah. Start walking.
You begin to walk on, and you reach that street where those figures are, and you look down, and they're walking down the middle of the street, arm in arm, just walking along.
Is there anyone coming from the other direction?
Not that you can see.
But the way to my parents' house is following
Yes.
them. Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, I guess we'll keep following them, but at the same time, kind of try to keep a little distance, not being like
stealthy,
super stealthy, sneaky,
But
but
yeah, just not being like right up on them.
Have you seen this group or not, Stealthies?
As you wind throughout the streets of the city, it all looks the same. Windows and doors shuttered, buildings dark, quiet, empty.
This is very different than it usually is. I'm getting more unsettled the further in we're walking.
You walk for about 10 minutes, still keeping your distance from this group. And as you progress through the city, as you walk, occasionally from different side streets, and you do find the street you're walking on now is sort of like a main thoroughfare through the city. And from the side streets and the alleys and stuff, occasionally other groups of people will turn onto the street, again in the same direction you're traveling. Most of them wearing similar dark clothing. A lot of people are wearing heavy cloaks with their hoods pulled up to protect them from the elements. You progress on for about 10 minutes, and you see what looks like a family. You see two larger figures and two smaller child-sized figures emerge out of a home, probably about 150, 200 feet ahead of you. As they emerge, you can see them all sort of huddle for a second, and as they separate, or instead of huddling, they break out of the huddle and begin to walk down the street. You can see both of the children are holding little candles. And as you continue to walk, as you get closer towards like the center of the city, you start to see around some of these lampposts and street signs where these black bows are hung, you start to see little assemblies of candles and flowers. And it's weird because it's pouring down rain, but these candles are not going out. And as you progress farther and farther in,
These are on the lampposts, right?
no, you're fine. These displays get more common and bigger. Go ahead, Joe.
I was just asking. You said they were around like the lampposts.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry.
You're fine. Progressing farther, walking for approximately 20-ish minutes, you reach one of the long bridges. You actually reach this bridge right here. One of the long bridges that is connected to a massive, massive island fortress built in the middle of this river. Vale would obviously recognize this as Broken Blade Castle. A few of you would have heard the legends of this massive man-made island fortress situated right in the middle of the Dagger River. And at this point, you can see, sort of as you emerge out onto this, the street that runs all along the shore of the Dagger River, on this side of the city. You see swaths of citizens, all of them dressed similarly, some carrying flowers, some carrying candles, all of them seeming to travel in this same direction, congregating at the base of this bridge and beginning to progress across. Most of the people are quiet. You hear the occasional hushed conversation between small groups of people, but there is just this air of somber sadness that pervades the city at the moment. As you cross the bridge, following Vale's lead, as you cross the bridge, you can see the spires and the towers of the massive castle that rises out of the center of this island in the middle of the river. Zareth, Jet, Gunther, Vale, you would all immediately recognize that's Broken Blade Castle. That is the Broken Blade Castle. That is the home of King Borinel, and it is the seat and power, the seat of power for the nation of Breland. And it rises out of the ground and just seems to, despite the gray overcast skies and the very little sunlight that is breaking through and just the sadness, this castle seems to almost shine like a beacon. Directly next to the castle to the right, you can see a large, ominous black tower made out of pure obsidian. It rises into the air like a daunting shadow, threatening to overtake the shining splendor of the castle and almost snuff it out. You and you two, you probably not. You would both recognize this as the King's Citadel. This is the home of the highest law enforcement and paramilitary force in Breland. It is the home of all the different branches of Brelish law enforcement. The Pentagon. You know, the Pentagon is the home to Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, all of that. That's the Citadel. It is the same thing.
What was the king's name again?
Boranel. Boranel. As you walk across the bridge into the city, you're surrounded by other citizens. As you get a closer look at some of them, you can see that the majority of them are wearing dark clothing, but quite a few of them are still sporting scarves or handkerchiefs or different pieces of clothing that bear the iconic Brelish blue. It's a coloration, a dye that is famous that it can only be produced because it grows from certain flowers in a city in Brelin. They don't grow anywhere else. And this dye, this coloring, has become the common color theme for the nation. And you can see quite a few of them are wearing these scarves and handkerchiefs and all this, but all of them seem to have a splash of black within them. As you cross the bridge and enter through the massive fortified walls of this
where his parents are?
this fortress, he said that he was taking you to his parents, and that's where he's leading you. As you enter the walls of this massive fortress, you see that it's like a city within a city. While the buildings that you had passed throughout the city are still nice, well kept, and well maintained, almost to a point of OCD, how clean this city is, how ordered and carefully detailed everything is. This is like entering the same thing, but exponentially more affluent. You see the houses and buildings here are ornate and magnificent. Some of them are towers that rise many floors into the air. Some others are ornate mansions with gated courtyards. Others are not as detailed, but are still sprawling homes with gated courtyards and manicured gardens. You see a few of them that as you pass there are through the gate onto the property. You can see standing near the door, you occasionally see a guard or a servant of some kind. As you progress farther through this island fortification, something sticks out to you. The ground here, the street, is smooth stone. But like you were walking across smooth cobblestone throughout the rest of the city, but it was easily definable. You could see where one brick starts and the next brick, or where one brick ends and the next brick starts. Here, as you're walking, you're looking down, and it just seems to be one continuous piece of stone.
Like the whole thing was carved out of the rock.
There are no breaks. It is smooth. It is flat. As you continue to pass these buildings, you enter. You actually would, as you progress on Vale, you would see the street that you would normally turn down to go to your family home.
Okay.
But the direction of the crowd traveling seems to be going towards the castle, which is another minute in that direction. And there are even people coming off of your street and turning and joining this procession into the courtyard of Broken Blade Castle.
Are you facing that street? If you are, whisper. Hey,
Yeah.
perhaps we should ask someone what's going on.
Yeah. I'll walk up to one of the random people that are kind of like heading towards the castle. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been out of town for close to a month and a half now. What's happening? What's going on?
And you see a middle-aged woman, heavy cloak pulled over her head, and you can see a scarf, the Brellish blue scarf wrapped around her neck and sort of held tight to protect her from the elements. And you can see her just sort of peer out from underneath, and she just looks at you and she goes, "The funeral. It's in the courtyard. It's beginning soon.
Funeral for
A noble.
Please tell name.
Lord Darkfield.
Does that name ring any?
It's a common noble.
Okay.
He's well known. He's been around a while.
Okay. But he's not like a relative. Oh, okay. Okay. You said Lord Darkfield?
Mm-hmm. Lord Darkfield of Galaspire.
Okay. Thank you. You said the funeral's beginning soon?
Yes, that's what the bells are for.
Okay.
Let's hurry. Let's carry on.
Yeah.
And she ends the conversation and moves on.
There seems to be a funeral about to take place. Sorry to cut your shopping short. Pretty sure everybody's going to be at the funeral. I don't even know if it would be a good thing to head.
Would your parents be there?
I was going to say my entire family's probably going to be at the funeral.
Who's it for?
It's Lord Darkfield. What kind of... Would I know roughly, what his position was with it?
History check.
Could Jet also roll on that one?
Sure.
See if that's a name that he would recognize.
13. Okay.
Only an 11 on that one.
Lord Darkfield of Galithspire. You know of the city of Galithspire. It's very centrally located in Breland.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of him. He's a well-known noble. He's been around a while. He's pretty old. Rolled a 13.
Yeah.
That's all you get.
Okay. Yeah, he's a noble from here in Breland, but we I don't know him very well, but it seems like the entire city's going to be here, so I can guarantee that my family's going to be at the funeral.
Ryn's still kind of agitated from everything that's transpired, just kind of impatient because some rich guy bites it and the whole city shuts down.
And you get, when you say that, you get like 3 or 4 people that are walking past you, all look and glare at you.
Try to be a little
Sensitive to the situation.
Sorry, it's been a day.
It has.
Mentioned. Said everyone is important, but people in my village died, and there's not so much a mark on a map about it.
Yeah, it's a little different here when it's different people of nobility. Not that I'm saying it's any more important, but people here believe it is sometimes.
We found this at the funeral. Won't do much good to go to your family's place then.
That's my thought, so.
Let's go to the rich man's funeral.
Alright, I
Should we
guess
check to see
You
if they
progress
are
on?
home first?
if they're not
Just to
there,
make sure.
if they're not there already, then they're on their way.
We might pass them.
What was that?
We might pass them. If they're walking this way, we're walking that way.
So you want to go to the house, and then if they're not there, then go to the funeral?
I mean, the house, we're on a road. If we go this way and they come this way, if they're
Right.
in the house, we might meet.
We're at a T, basically, and everybody's heading this way to go to the funeral. My family's at the end of this street.
Right, my thought is if we go towards
You
your
would-
family's house, they might be coming out.
Based on the information you gathered from the conversation with people and just sort of the general atmosphere and feeling, knowing your family and their position,
Like
they would have already
that's
been there,
Okay.
or they would have gone a different route.
okay. Yeah.
Which,
So yeah,
Your family is not going to be
take the commoner route.
exactly.
Okay.
I think our best bet's to head straight to the funeral.
I don't know.
Would your family have a specific spots or a position at this funeral? Would all just be milling about?
You wouldn't. They really wouldn't. You've never had this situation arise,
True.
so you don't have any precedent to go on.
Yeah. I'm
You
not
know
sure,
that
but-
usually for like state functions, like there is an area where the nobility are seated, like it's state dinners.
Yeah.
But this is an estate dinner,
Right.
so you don't really have any information to go on.
Yeah, I think our best bet is to just head there, and then I can look for anybody that I would know and see if anybody's seen my family, or who knows, we might find them right off the bat.
I don't know.
So let's head straight for the funeral.
Okay, so you carry on following throngs of people. And as you pass the final set of buildings, you cross under another gateway through a large fortified wall, and you enter into a massive courtyard. We are talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of feet in each direction. And there in front of you, as this courtyard almost slopes down just a little bit, there in front of you in all of its impressive glory is the sprawling complex that is Broken Blade Castle and the seat of power for the nation of Breland. You can see the castle itself has a smaller stone wall around it with a large wrought iron gate in front that blocks off access to a stairway that leads up to the actual large metal doors of the castle itself. The doors are closed. The gate at the bottom of the stairs is closed. But as you enter into this courtyard, there, spread out in front of you, is probably 95% of the population of this city. A sea of darkly clad mourners.
People spit in that courtyard like that?
Mm-hmm.
St. Peter's Square outside of the Basilica in Rome is, I want to say, like a third of a mile in each direction, and you can fit, I think they said they can fit upwards of like 30,000 people inside of it. If everyone's standing close together.
Yeah.
Which,
Picture like people trying to like enter into Gen Con, like
I mean,
tight.
Yeah.
Lucas Oil Stadium can seat 87,000 people.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Now, take it, that is tiered in levels, but you can fit a lot of people in a small space.
yeah, as we're moving in this crowd too, Jet will kind of keep a hand on Ren's kind of shoulder just to make sure she doesn't wander or that they don't get separated.
Okay.
I love it.
I will also say,
I love it.
with your passive perception, you would have noticed after I heard the name of the noble, like,
Weight of the world, just kind of
yeah.
Yep.
Because in the back of my
Stop
mind, this
it.
entire time, I'm like,
family.
who in my family died? Who in my family died? Who in my family died?
Yep.
That's your own fault for giving your DM living relatives.
Yeah, I know, 100%.
Kill them
100%.
first, and the DM can't.
100%. But yes.
So again, as you enter into this courtyard and you see this sea of people, again, some of them are holding candles.
Your living relatives.
You can see near the gates of the castle, set a little bit in front of it, you can see a large stage. Dominating the rear center of it is an elegant but simple wooden throne, flanked by probably 30 or more chairs, 15 on each side, as the chairs stretch out sort of in a shallow curve around this stage. And in the center, dead center of the stage, before that, the stage itself has on all sides that you can see stairs leading down to ground level. This stage and the stairs are carpeted with like a dark red fabric, probably made darker by the ongoing precipitation. Dead in the center of the stage is a large display of flowers, probably 15 to 20 feet wide, stretching 5-10 feet tall. This just mass of beautiful fresh flowers, large candles, and 2 burning braziers at the opposite ends. Nearby this display, just barely, actually you can make it out fairly well with your perception. Jet, you just barely make it out, but next to this display, because you guys are still hundreds of feet away from this, just to the side of this display you can see a large portrait, like a painted portrait And you can see a depiction of an elderly regal gentleman. He seems to be wearing like a military dress jacket that is decorated with medals. The courtyard is mostly quiet. And for a moment, the tolling of the bells stops. You hear the occasional whispered words between people nearby, or even the sniffling of noses. As time passes, you see the courtyard continue to fill up before it starts to almost reach capacity, and the groups of people entering get thinner and thinner and thinner. During this time, you progress your way through the crowd a little bit more. You get about halfway into the courtyard between where you entered and where the stage is, and you're making almost like a small space for your group to stand and observe whatever is about to transpire, when you hear one loud boom, and with that you see the doors of the castle, the giant metal doors, begin to open. And that's where we're going to take our break.
Was it the bells that you said we heard?
Mm-hmm. But it was just a single...
Yeah.
Are we in the back of the throng of crowd? No.
I'm sorry?
Or we're like towards the back?
So
if
you entered the courtyard right here, and the stage is right here, you guys are like there-ish. You're halfway between the courtyard and the castle.
Okay.
Just by the as people are filtering in, your group sort of continues to walk with the flow of people until they get stopped by the people that are already gathered, and then you guys stop and people continue to fill in behind you. So
would I have trouble seeing the stage?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Might ask Gunzer or Jet to.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jet would
You want
look
to
you
take
up.
us to BRB?
All right, yeah.
BRB.
So it is.
Ron,
It is
you want it,
9:15. Let's
wherever you
reconvene at
want to be.
9:35. It's a 20-minute break.
Sounds good. Cool. All right. BRB.
Wait for Drake and Joe to join, but we are good to go.
This is my dice for the night.
All right.
So this is my dice for the night.
We are back, yo.
Above 10 on average.
That's what I would have figured.
Battlefield 24-2.
By the way, I'm sorry, I rolled like shit as Google.
He's generally a nice guy.
I felt like I let you down.
Once you piss him off, he gets a little, you know.
Yo, yeah. Dice. What do I got to
Is
do?
what it is.
Dice, please.
Nice, please.
Intelligence, not my.
All right,
not
guys.
awful, but not my strong suit.
So, having found yourselves in the city of Rope, spending a few moments milling about Vale's detective agency, sort of getting your bearings, you made your way out into the streets of the city and found them deserted and empty. Stores and shops and buildings closed, dark and empty. You continued to make your way through the city, following a group of people that were ahead of you. You made your way through the city to the bridges connecting the city to the floating island fortress of Broken Blade Castle. You crossed the bridges and wound your way through the city within a city, making your way eventually to the courtyard in front of Broken Blade Castle. You find yourselves in this courtyard surrounded by 95% of the population of the city of Rote. It is a sea of people as far as you can see, all of them clad in similar colors, dark blacks, browns, greens, blues, most of them wearing some accessory that bears the iconic Brillish blue but with a stripe of black through it to symbolize their mourning. You find yourselves, from what you gather from a passerby in the streets, at the funeral of Lord Darkfield of Galethspire. And just for your guys' notes, Galethspire is Galethspyre.
Sorry, is it Darkfield of Galethspire or
Darkfield of Galethspire.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't just his name.
Again, you all progress your way farther into the crowd, the press of people behind you pushing you forward. You find yourselves about halfway through the courtyard between the gate of where you entered and the gates of the castle where the stage is set up. And as the bells came to a halt, some time passes as the courtyard continues to fill and reaches capacity. And as it does, a few more moments pass before there is a single of the bell as the gates of the actual doors of the castle begin to and open up. And as they open, you begin to hear
Scotland.
a pair of bagpipes begin to play. And as you begin to observe, coming out from the front doors of the castle, a procession begins to exit. Leading that procession is a casket, simple and wooden, but borne on the shoulders of 8 resplendently clad soldiers in bright, glowing armor, all of them proceeding down the stairs, with a procession following behind them. As they make their way down the stairs of the castle and through the front gates, you can see following the casket a single figure, clad in almost complete black, what appears to be a humanoid woman, with a black veil over her face. And directly next to her, you see another figure, humanoid, male, in bright red and gray scaled armor, bearing a crown upon his head, and you immediately recognize this as King Boranel. And as they descend the steps, he walks up, puts his arm through the woman clad in black, and they follow the casket as it makes its way through the gates and in onto the stage, where it is placed right in the center of the display of flowers. As the procession makes its way up onto the stage, the king takes his seat at the throne, and a slew of nobles and other lords behind them ascend the stage and take their seats in the other chairs that fan out from the king's throne. Hold on just a second.
Vale, do you think they'll serve snacks after this? I'm so hungry.
Reach into my pocket and grab some pocket bacon.
What is pocket bacon?
It's just
You'll
any
get
type,
you'll get there eventually.
any type of meats that you carry around in a pocket.
Like pocket sand.
Pocket bacon.
What is that?
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
That's right.
So as the mournful bagpipe music trails off into the distance, and all of those on the stage take their seats, the only sound left is the sound of rain hitting the cobblestones below you, or the stone streets below you, and the hoods of the cloaks of those surrounding you.
Would I have been close enough to detect thoughts that came?
No, at this point you're probably still
Just wondering. That's
you're still probably 500 or 600 feet from the stage.
Okay.
He just finds out all the state military secrets
Exactly. Like.
in like 5 seconds.
And then we have the king get really paranoid and a whole bunch of guards coming in our direction.
Yeah. Jet, what does this mean?
Oh god!
So,
Just like, I can get so much money for this info.
as everyone takes their seat, a small podium is brought up onto the stage and set next to the casket. A moment passes before the king himself rises from the throne and begins to walk towards the podium. As he does, a robed figure walks up the stairs from the courtyard grounds right in front of the stage, walks up the stairs and stands next to the podium. And as the king approaches, you can see this figure do a few hand motions, and then they step away and walk back down the stairs.
Did
As the
anyone
king
seem to freak out at that?
Nope.
Or was that like...
Oh,
okay. I was like, is this an assassination?
Like-
we'll call it
Like
wall of
thaumaturgy.
force or whatever.
That's probably thaumaturgy.
As he
Projectile
walks up
force.
and approaches the podium, you hear from nearby, and you sort of look around for a second, and then words begin to fill the air almost omnipresently. And you recognize it as the voice of the king. Whoever this figure was that approached first cast some sort of spell that is projecting the king's voice out throughout the courtyard. This is fairly common to you during any of the king's speeches or addresses to the city or the nation. This is a very common... When he's addressing crowds of thousands, his voice is magically enhanced. So he approaches the podium. He stands there for a second and he just sort of surveys the crowd in front of him. All of the people gathered in mourning this Lord Darkfield. And a moment passes before he says, "We're all gathered here today to mourn the passing of one of the most distinguished and significant men to ever grace the soil of our great nation. Lord Cassius Darkfield of Galthspire was the epitome of what Breland stands for. He was honest. He was generous. He was forgiving, caring, and kind. But he was also strong and courageous and loyal. Not only to me and the crown, not only to the country, not only to the people that served under him, but to the very idea of Breland and what she could become." He pauses for a moment. "Cassius was a dear friend of mine. I did not plan that. Cassius was a dear friend of mine.
Ominous tones.
One that I have known for many decades. The Darkfield family has graced these lands for generations, stretching back centuries. Their roots stretch far and wide, but also very deep. I myself have outlived many people, including 3 of my wives who I miss dearly. But Cassius was always there with me. I honestly never thought this day would come. But death once again rears his ugly head, claiming a soul that wasn't done with his work. While the king's giving his speech, you begin to hear some rustling and commotion nearby. As you specifically scan the crowd, you can see a disturbance, probably 40 feet off to your 2 o'clock.
Okay.
you see an individual, like their head sort of pop above the crowd. And as their head pops above the crowd, you see them begin to rise above the crowd, floating on a small silver disc. Just big enough for them to stand on, like the size of a manhole cover.
Okay.
They begin to float, and they rise about 30 feet up in the air. And you can see on the bottom of this disc, like glowing runes. Probably whatever enchantment is suspending this disc in the air. The individual themselves is wearing clothes similar to the rest of the populace. The dark blues and blacks and browns and greens. Large cloak over them. But you can see where they still wear the accessory that bears that bright brillish blue. Instead of the splash of black, his scarf seems to bear a line of thick, dark red across it. Almost like a sash as he wears it across his body. And as you notice this, you begin to notice other individuals also floating on similar discs in other parts of the courtyard. Different sections almost. Probably counting 10, 12 of them in total.
Does from where we're at, clearly we are seeing this, but I mean, like, does it seem like the king, while he is giving the speech, is noticing this and isn't reacting?
So, you start to notice people around are like looking and paying attention to this. They're obviously confused by what's going on, but the king's speech continues.
While this is all happening, I'm going to lean over to Jet and go, why the fuck do they get a better seat? I thought he was supposed to be some kind of noble around here. Pointing to Vale.
Which, Jet's going to be watching this a little wary, just like there are people fucking starting to float around. I don't know how to deal with this.
As this individual is rising up, they end about 30 feet off the ground. But as they're rising up, this king's speech continues. Cassius served alongside me throughout the war. He even attended one of my expeditions into Zendrick, where few dare to venture. He was brave and without fear, sometimes even reassuring me when I began to doubt. And you hear him trail off as he begins to notice these individuals floating. As this person reaches what appears to be the apex of their flight, a few guards break off from their posts around the stage. And you see them approach.
I'm not drawing anything, but I am just kind of reaching into my cloak and like kind of like seeming like I'm crossing my arms, but my hand is definitely on a gun.
Okay. So obviously we're seeing this, right? I'm sure I've seen a lot of funerals. Have I seen anything like this?
You have not.
Okay. So I'm just like, what is going on? Okay.
So, yeah.
So Ryn's on my shoulders, right?
Sure.
Jet's actually going to put her on the ground and kind of step protective.
Okay.
Can't see now.
So, as the king's speech begins to trail off, you see a couple guards, two of which were posted by the throne, and two more, or a couple more that were posted at the bottom of the stage's steps, break off and immediately up the stairs, and all of them, weapons drawn, shields out, immediately form a barrier around the king. You see two more robed figures come up the stairs behind the stage and approach and flank the king, both of whom immediately cast an incantation. You would recognize it as they are casting a spell of some kind. You guys assume they're probably doing something to protect the king because they don't know what is happening.
This was not planned.
Real quick, because he and I just discussed, as soon as you were onto the ground, Zareth steps up and puts an arm around Ryn that way in case he needed to fight. Zareth's got Ryn.
As the mages approach the king, you hear the individual on the disc begin to speak. And his voice is joined with a unison of what appears to be all the other voices of the individuals on the discs around the courtyard. All of them magically enhancing their voices, very similar to how the king did.
Do I notice any tattoos that seem similar to red eyes? People speaking in unison, I'm like,
God damn it.
Oh, fuck, it's the Nonagon. I'm just gonna shoot now.
Yeah, Jet doesn't wear armor anymore since you've got mage armor.
So, as they begin to speak, you hear, "People of Rote, raise your ears and listen. Wake up and look around you. We don't have to tell you that things are bad. People are out of work. They're scared of losing their jobs. They're scared of being homeless, of not being able to buy food. Yet the powers that be want nothing to do with helping us. We are ridiculed and told to work harder and spend less. The endless propaganda machine tells us the war is over and that the peace will last. Yet all the nations continue to produce weapons and amass armies and flank the borders of their enemies, all while their citizens lose their livelihoods. We were promised prosperity after the war. And what did we get? A receding economy, even with the trade routes reopened. Businesses are closing. People are losing their livelihoods. What did we get? A scarred and traumatized group of veterans that gave everything to protect us and protect our interests during the war, who now lie forgotten in the alleys because the powers that be don't want to accept responsibility. You watch as these figures all begin to sort of rotate in place, all of them addressing the crowd, ignoring the stage, but addressing the people in the courtyard. We know things are bad, worse than bad. An entire nation that resides on our borders was wiped off the face of Eberron, and they don't even know what caused it, or if they do, they won't tell us. They tell us we are safe, that they will protect us, that it's a time of unprecedented peace. But then the next day, the Rote Tribune publishes their newest issue, stating that yesterday there were 14 homicides and 37 violent crimes, as if that's what peace is supposed to mean. Well, we are not going to be satisfied with what they offer us. We don't accept the way things are because we know that it can be better. We stand here listening to a ruler that has outlived 3 wives, has 11 children, and wants us to mourn his friend?
I'm like nodding along.
Where was the mourning for our brothers and sisters that gave their lives to fight for us during the last war? We are supposed to mourn a single man when there was nothing for the entire bloodlines that were scratched from existence to satisfy their thirst for power. Where is the mourning for the millions of souls lost to the cataclysm of the morning that annihilated Sire? We are the Brelish Liberation Alliance, and we want you to get angry. We don't want you to riot. We don't want you to burn the city down, or assault the castle, or kill the king. We don't want you to complain in the king's courts. We aren't sure how to fix the economy. We aren't sure how to get you your job back. And we can't bring back the loved ones that you all have lost. And at this point, you begin to see there are groups of guards beginning to push their way through the crowds in the direction of each one of these speakers. We want you to realize that you are all important members of this nation. You are all living, sentient beings, and every one of you has value. Things have got to change. Your lives have the same value as those that are seated upon that stage. Your opinions matter as much as theirs. It is time that we rise up and install a democratically elected government of the people for the people. No longer will we submit to the beliefs and desires of a single outlived family. At this point, there are guards almost directly underneath the individual that is closest to you.
How close is he to us?
Hmm?
The one that's
About 40
close
feet to your
us.
About
2 o'clock.
40 feet.
Okay.
40 feet to your 2 o'clock and about 30 feet in the air. You also notice that one of the ones that is sort of across the courtyard from you, as all this is happening, you're sort of observing the situation. You watch as one of them falls out of the air.
It wasn't me.
I'm so sorry. Real quick, what was the name of this group again?
The Brelish Liberation Alliance.
The Blah.
The block.
Yeah.
I said it earlier.
That's their war cry. Blah!
Brelish, Brelish, Liberation Alliance.
The BLA. The Blah.
I'm going to use BLM.
As that one far off the other side of the courtyard falls out of the air, the one near you resumes speaking. Again, his voice mirrored in unison by what you assume to be the voices of the rest of the individuals floating throughout the courtyard. You have to stop thinking that you are below them and that they rule you. We all know how great our nation is. The strength we have does not come from the crown or those that sit upon that stage, or the army, or the iron fist of the citadel, and you see them point to the black obsidian tower behind. Our strength comes from the people. We are the heart and soul of this great nation, and without us, we are nothing. So rise up, people of Rote. Demand more from your government. Demand more from your rulers. Demand more for yourself so that we can build a better, stronger Breland. If not for us, then for the future generations that will carry our ideals into the ages. At this point, almost all of the individuals that were floating on the discs have now fallen out of the air. There's only 2 left remaining, one near you and another one probably about 150 feet off to your left. And at this point, you see a guard clad in darker armor than the rest of the guards you've seen so far. He has a helmet on, but there is a dark veil that obscures his face. It obscures the front of his helmet. He looks at the floating speaker up in the air, and as he approaches, just waves a hand through the air. And Zareth, you would immediately recognize this as Dispel Magic. And you watch as the glowing runes on the bottom of that disc that supported the speaker near you fade, and the disc tumbles. The man standing atop it yelps as the platform gives way beneath him, and as he falls, before he impacts the ground, you can hear him scream, this time his voice unamplified, "You cannot silence the will of the people!" And then he slams into the ground. He continues shouting, although this time with a pained wheezing. "When one falls, 10 more will rise to take our places."
Hydra! Sorry.
The guards that were surrounding him immediately collapse on top of him.
Ryn's radicalized. She's down. Will of the people.
Radical.
He is restrained, tied up, and he begins to be carried away,
Did they like?
with the veiled guard leading the way. At this point, you notice all of the speakers are now gone. As the group of guards with the restrained individual pass near your group, you hear him shout again, "Does this look like peace and freedom to you? Are you all going to stand there and do nothing as I hauled away for speaking my mind? This is why we must rise up." And as the guard with the veiled face shoves a wad of cloth in his mouth and gags him.
How close do they get to us?
30 feet away, probably.
V wants to detect thoughts. His detect thoughts, where he just, like, there's no talking anything. He just, the room, because he's got his hood up and everything. So the only thing that anyone would see would be a slight, like, brighter glow out of his eyes. Because it would just be surface thoughts. It wouldn't be to dive deep. It would be to...
Roll just a straight intelligence check.
Intelligence and not charisma?
Never wrote this much.
Intelligence check.
Like 4 pages.
1 page dedicated to the block.
Yes.
I was going to say, because my stuff is based on charisma. Oh, that's a natty 1.
As you cast the spell, you haven't cast it in this concentration of people before. And you are momentarily overwhelmed
The amount of voices.
with the amount of voices that ring through your head.
I like that. I'm okay with that. So V, you just see V's eyes start to light up in our group, and then all of a sudden just almost immediately taken aback, like kind of like
Damn near having a seizure.
Do you have like the blue screen of the computer?
Rebooting.
It's like a 48-digit code. Man, I don't know if you're gonna be able to find results.
Windows has it.
Someone has to blow on him and plug him back in.
Yeah, so you see like
no,
his
we
hands
said
and
we did the
everything kind
dial-up
of
phone.
crinkle, and he just kind of sits there for a second, and the like yellow glow in his eyes are very, very dim, and it's like eyes are mostly closed, and dealing with the cacophony of sounds in his head.
So at this point, an eerie silence begins to fill the courtyard.
If this is a net 20, that's a 10.
You can occasionally hear the murmuring of people nearby, talking and discussing amongst themselves, but it's hushed and limited. But a moment passes.
I was gonna say, just as a, could I get a, like, is the crowd, like, is this like a they're offended, they're outraged, or they're just like
Mostly discussing
discussing it?
what happened. You hear a lot of, what was that?
It's more like confusion.
Gossiping.
Yeah.
I have not gotten a single anything.
A minute passes.
Or a 13.
And again, the king's voice booms out across the courtyard. It is shameful that these individuals are so distraught with themselves and their lot in life that they choose to stain the mourning of a countryman with their tantrums. The crown is continuously invested in the protection and betterment of its people. I personally have walked into battle fully prepared to give everything, even my life, for the protection of any one of the members of this nation. Never once has that loyalty faltered, and never once have I put my own personal desires above that of my country or my people. Cassius would never condone such a brazen act. He was known for giving anything and everything to those that lived in his domain, going so far as to let the homeless and the poor into his keep during the cold winters so that they didn't starve or freeze in the streets. He gave them food from his stores, clothes from his tailors, and would have laid down his life for them. And yet here we stand with those that wish to tarnish that image in their own thirstful grab for power. How dare they choose to exploit a moment of grief and mourning for their own gain? Cassius would be so sad. Not for us, but for them. We must come together as a people. It is no longer us versus the other nations as it was for 100 years during the war. We are in a time of peace. We must work together to overcome the old prejudices and biases of the last war and those that came before us. We must come together to support our neighbors and our countrymen. We must lend each other a helping hand and support. But these revolutionaries make a good point. The strength of Breland lies in its people. The bond that we all share is our greatest strength. The blood and soil that courses through our veins makes us stronger than any attempt at division. Now is not the time to be separated or divided into different factions. We must show strength and unity. We must help our brothers and sisters who have less. Feed the starving in the streets, shelter the homeless, and help prop up those that need help. For together, we can mold ourselves into the Breland that Cassius wished to see come true. Together, we can be better. And you watch as the king steps away from the podium. A minister, clad in dark robes, begins to approach the podium. He begins reading the funerary rites commonly associated with the sovereign host, something a few of you have familiarity with. At this point, some of the crowds begin to disperse and leave the courtyard.
I'm just looking to bail from this point.
I was gonna say at this point, I'm kind of, now that everybody's kind of leaving, everybody's kind of heading in our direction. I guess I'm kind of scanning faces, trying to see if I happen to see any of my family members.
You don't.
Okay.
Don't even need to perceive that.
Yeah. Well.
This rain is getting everyone sick.
That's no joke.
Yeah. I guess at this point, maybe we should just head back to my family's house and wait for them to arrive there. 'Cause I'm not seeing them here.
Sorry for clarity too. Once it seemed to calm down, Jet would ask Ren if she wanted back on his shoulders. He just didn't want her to be on his shoulders during that piece.
Yeah, no, don't think there's anything left to see. They've all cleared the stage at this point.
Well, I mean, like when the king, right before the king started speaking again, he would offer it, realizing that there's not anyone floating above.
The majority of the nobles are still seated, but when the king left his podium, he did not return to his throne. He walked past the throne, down the stairs, and you see him heading towards the castle.
Back the way he came from.
As you all stand there, at this point, a few minutes have passed, and probably 75% of the crowd has begun to disperse its way back into the city. You all begin to turn and head back towards the gate where you entered the courtyard. And as you're walking through the as you're walking along, you begin to notice that there is a non-zero amount of brellish blue scarves with black stripes through them on the ground.
Like they're marked out type of thing?
Like they've just been thrown to the ground.
No. So the
Agreeing with the movement.
The black mark was the people that were wearing it in solidarity for the funeral or whatever.
And you see it is a non-zero amount.
What does that mean?
It's not a lot, but it's a noticeable amount. It sticks out.
Well, what is the significance of those scarves?
27.
I mean, I would be able to gather that they were kind of scarves that were done in mourning for funeral, right?
Are you asking the significance of the scarf itself or the significance of the scarf on the ground?
The scarf itself.
Yeah, it's a Brellish blue is such a inherent part of Brellish culture that it's like it would be like a grayscale American flag posted in mourning. You know, it's like it is a symbol with the black stripe through it. It's that symbol of solidarity and mourning of
something
passing.
to be disregarded lightly.
Correct.
Exactly.
I think I think there's more division here than the king cares to admit.
I'm pretty sure the division grew even more with that speech.
Did you ever get any sense of this before you left? You always kept an ear to the ground in your city.
Rumblings. There's always those that are discontent. There's always those that feel that because of their bad spot in life, it's not their fault. It's attributed to those above them oppressing them. But it was rumors you heard from drunk people in bars late at night, and it was a single person that was spouting off wild conspiracies.
So
it was
just
never a
random town drunkard, not like an actual
Organized movement.
Yeah, or at least till this point.
Right.
Are we about to join the early grounds MAGA movement?
Weird.
Make Breland great again?
Oh God. We need to rebrand.
It's something that I've heard talks of, but I've never really seen it get much more than just the, talkings of a crazy drunkard in town. I've not seen it to this extent.
Can't say I disagreed with everything I heard from them. I
Kind of
believe
in the same boat
it
there.
kind of mirrored my earlier thoughts, and I got pretty dirty looks from it.
Careful not to say that too loud.
Yeah.
We'll be watching too to see if their conversation is catching any attention.
doesn't seem to be.
Okay.
A lot of the people passing by seem to be engrossed in their own conversations about the events that just transpired.
Thank goodness.
Well, perhaps we can learn more at your family's estate.
Yeah. I guess we can start heading that way.
If you
Right.
think that's best.
I'll start heading back out towards my family's grounds.
For sure.
We're gonna start a revolution. In 4 days, so good to make it back to the fight.
We start it and then we just leave in the middle.
We didn't start the fire. There was always burning since the world was turning.
And copyright strike. Sorry. Just trying to get that out. Woo. You begin to exit the courtyard. Again, following Vale as he winds his way through the streets. Making his way to that intersection again where he stopped earlier. And sort of looked down the street for a moment before you carried on into the courtyard. But this time, while the majority of the mass of people continue to exit down this main avenue towards the bridge that leads out of this central fortress and out into the city of Rope proper. You and your group break off and begin to head down this street. The street itself appears to be rather residential in purpose. But where this street would normally, in any other city, in any other common district of a city, would have 20 or 30 homes stretching the length on each side. This street has maybe 6 on each side. Most of these estates are large. The estate houses themselves do not butt up side to side with another building. There is typically a spacing of 40 or 50 feet between the buildings where there is curated and manicured grounds, typically gated off or walled off. And you can see quite a few of these bear different architectural styles. Some of them are more ornate, some of them are more simplistic. Jet, you would recognize a couple of them that even have more like Eastern Corvair influences, like some dwarven influences from like the Maror Holds.
Okay.
There's not really any architecture you recognize because your village was
Flashback.
a tiny ass village. Zareth, you begin to pick up on some different designs, and you can sort of see some of the influences. Some of the buildings are more human in design, others are more elvish, some are more... you see one home that, as you look at it, actually has like 3 or 4 stories in the same height that other ones only have 2. And it has a very heavily gnomish influence from Zelargo. You can see that that building in particular is predominantly constructed out of metal. Like metal plating, big glass windows, multiple like smokestacks coming out of certain parts of the home. It's made out of metal, which is weird, but it still is very nice. It still has the same air of affluence as the other stone and wood homes nearby. You continue down the street. You pass 1, 2, 3, 4 homes before Vale stops at the edge of a piece of property. Not directly in front of the gate, more so off to the side where you as a group are blocked from the view of the building by the stone wall. And you see Vale just sort of stop, and you can see that you can see a little bit of the jitters, sort of shaking it out. And then you can see him sort of roll his shoulders, pulls his trench coat a little tight, flips the collar up a little bit more, straightens the hat.
Jack will put a hand on his shoulder and be like, "You all right, man?" And bardic inspiration, so
Yeah.
don't know what roles you might be doing, but
Kind of concerned with how all that stuff went down. But
Is your family close with the crown in relations?
they do deal closely together a fair amount. I mean, I've been in that castle more times than I care to count, but
When's the last time you saw your parents?
oh, I mean, it's only been a month and a half. So I told them I was going out for a while, but I wasn't expecting it to be this long. And I mean, we're heading back out very shortly, so kind of more stopping in, saying hi, and maybe try to see what some of that was all about. But yeah, we are on a bit of a time crunch though, so
I wouldn't mind a better pantry than the one you have.
that's why we're going home. And then I'll start heading in.
Judge is gonna smirk when you say better pantry. He's just like,
You walk up to the front gate
They kind of wink at
of the
you.
property, and you push on it, and it's locked.
Pick it.
I mean, like, with this being my parents' residence and my old home, would I still have, like, a key?
Yep.
Okay, then, yeah, I would just pull out the key and unlock it.
Dink. And the gates swing
Wait for
open.
him to say the key doesn't work.
they
Yeah,
changed
I'll
locks
just-
on you.
I'll just walk up to the front door.
So as you all follow Vale into the property, in front of you is a 2-story stone villa.
Mm-hmm.
Not nearly as ostentatious as some of the other homes that you have passed in this little neighborhood, it seems like. But still nice. You can tell it is well made. Definitely costs some money. The building itself is probably 80 feet-ish wide. Probably stretches 40, 50 feet in the air. You can see a large front porch that wraps around the front and down the sides of this building. The grounds themselves around you are beautifully manicured. You see a bright green lawn of rich grass stretched between gardens of freshly planted flowers, freshly blooming flowers. All of them covered in that faint, dewy glow that comes with rain. You see a few benches situated underneath a tree that seems to be in the beginning stages of bearing some form of fruit. You see a small water fountain that at the moment appears to be unattended, but looks like a popular place for birds and other wildlife to congregate. The house itself seems mostly unoccupied at the moment. There are a few lights on. There are a few... in place of what would be torches outside the front door, you see sconces with like glass spheres on them, and these glass spheres are just emitting a faint light in the area. It does not appear to be produced by flame. It just appears to be giving off faint magical light in the area. As you approach the building, you begin to ascend the steps to the front door. And the front door itself is a very, in comparison to the rest of the building, is actually rather ornate. It's a heavy, dark wooden door that has carvings and scrawlings on it. And you two and Zareth would recognize that right in the center of the door, about head height, where the doors separate, there is a large relief carving in the wood of the sigil of House Madani. On both doors is a knocker. And
What knockers?
So the very middle, it's like on each door. You're saying
like half of the sigil is on each door.
Remind me to tell you a story after we're off stream.
Okay.
As you approach the door and you're about to reach for the handle, the door handle, the knob itself rotates and click, and you hear the door begins to swing open. And you see from inside one of the family's servants peeking his head out. And at first he has an apprehensive look on his face, and he's only leaning like part of his head out, and you can see he's got one hand on the door and the other hand hidden. And he sort of peers out and he sees you, and immediately his face lights up. He goes, "Ah, Belash,
Yeah.
welcome home."
It's good to be home.
We're making fun of him for that later.
You brought friends?
I did. Yes. They are friends. There's no need for. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. And he steps back and opens the door up, and as you all proceed to enter the room, only you would pick up that, like, as you guys enter, he is sort of standing, like, holding the door open, but at the same time, with his hand that was hidden behind his back, he's putting something underneath, like an entryway table.
Jet assumes it's some sort of weapon.
Probably. Yep. Do come in. Unfortunately, the sir and the lady of the house are out attending the funeral, but
Yeah, we just left from there.
Oh, the funeral is over.
Yeah.
That seems rather quick.
It had a very abrupt ending. Have you heard word of this Brailish Liberationist Alliance? Jesus Christ, I'll get that eventually.
The block.
Me?
Yeah.
No. You should know better. I never leave this house. I don't have friends. I exist purely to serve the sir and the lady. I don't.
Insight check?
Go ahead.
That's a natural 20.
He's fucking honest as shit.
Okay.
Like he is an open book, and he is incredibly honest about the fact that he
That's what
does
I thought,
not
but
have
just being-
he
just
does
being-
not have a social life.
Okay.
Have we been ushered inside?
Yeah, you're all standing inside at this point. The door shuts, and as you're all sort of standing there, still dripping from being outside in the pouring rain for the better part of almost an hour and a half.
Prestidigitation.
You do that, but as you do that, he grabs a small, like, crystal sphere off of the table, and he just holds it out in front of everyone and just sort of looks at you all expectantly.
Yep.
And you touch it, and it casts prestidigitation on you. And as all of you touch it, prestidigitation is cast on you, and it cleans all of the water, dirt, soil, blood, and other things that were still across all of your clothing.
Herpes.
Nope.
Doesn't fix that. Sorry.
Oh,
You gotta go
sorry, I
see.
thought
You gotta go see a
trying to
specialist
do
for
it
that.
again
Use
and
for that
again.
one.
Like,
But well, so that
Possibly
he touched it
lesser
once and it
restoration.
clean, and he'd And he'd go to touch it again.
Yeah, Jet stops you from doing it multiple times.
And so he would take it and he would set it back down. He goes, you've been gone an awful long time.
Yeah.
Your mother's.
I know. I wasn't expecting to be away for as long as I was, but I mean, we had a little bit of a interesting adventure, and honestly, we're just passing through on our way to a quick trip to Sharn.
Oh, she's not going to be happy about that.
I
You should know that than to be gone for so long. You don't have to stay in this house with her.
I know. I'm sorry. It's one of those where I knew that if I was out and about, word have gotten back to her that I was back in town, and if I didn't at least come and say hi, though, then she'd be even more angry with me later. So
You bet your ass she would.
yeah,
Don't tell your parents I swore.
you know, it's all good.
Excuse me. Where are my manners?
Valish has apparently disappeared because he has yet to introduce us.
Yes, sorry.
Valish.
And he just looks expectantly at you with a slight grin on his face, watching this little girl speak to you in that attitude, and he's just like,
Jet is totally enjoying this.
Sitting
And he's
there.
just-
I will say, what's his name?
you've had interaction, like obviously you've had interactions with him before, Matthias.
Matthias. Okay.
You've had interactions with him before, and he's always very cut and dry.
Yes.
But when your parents aren't around, he's got a bit of a different side to him, and especially as you've grown up and gotten older and older, it's very much like that relationship with your parents, right? Growing up from like the time you're born until the time you're like 18 or 20 years old, they're still your parents. But then about that time you start to hit like 21 and all that,
We start drinking.
Yeah, when you sit and have a drink with them.
they start to become, instead of, they're still your parents, but they also start to become people and friends almost. Same concept with you and Matthias' relationship. As you've grown older, he's gone from being that aloft butler that serves your family that's almost sort of snooty and almost talked down to you as a child, has now become sort of hey man, what's up?
Yeah.
And he does. It's always one of his favorite pastimes when you are home and you come to visit, and when your parents retire for the evening,
He can be more of himself.
he can be more of himself. And one of his favorite pastimes is when you and him can stay up in the lounge, have a drink together, and you can share your stories of your explorations around the country. And it's one of the things that he really looks forward to. And so, again, he stands there with a bit of a shit-eating grin as he watches this little girl talk to you like that, and he's just like, "Yes, Dalish, where are your manners? Please,
Yeah.
introduce
sorry,
your friends."
My friends are a little more forward than they tend to be around here.
And I
but
thought I taught you better.
sorry. So Matthias.
And when Vale gestures to him and says Matthias, he bows very deeply.
No need for such formalities.
V just kind of starts to copy.
My parents aren't around right now. But
It's a matter of respect.
okay. Well, this is Ryn here.
Awkward curtsy is the best I can manage. Matthias.
And he sort of like mimics like it with an awkward bow.
Her guardian is over here, and God, my mind is going stupid. Jet.
Pleasure.
Tell me the team name.
Yeah, I know, right?
You've been chatting with him for a month.
This one is Zareth. And Gunther. And last but not least, our newest member, V.
In Matthias' head, he just hears, "Hello."
You see him sort of like. You see him sort of like. That's
Yes.
weird.
Yes, I've been traveling with a Warforged.
No, not the war. Do you think I'm fucking racist?
No. What's weird?
He spoke in my head? Weird.
Oh, you'll get used to that. Well, I mean,
Don't think I will.
I have. It makes it easier for him to communicate.
Well,
In your head, you should. I am weird.
Velash and friends,
You
welcome to the Madani estate. Please allow me to escort you further into the lounge, where you can sit and await the arrival of the owners of the home.
I will say, I know it's a little informal while Mom and Dad are gone, but any chance we could get a quick bite to eat? We're all quite famished.
And he just looks at you like the, man, really?
Come
And but not in like a, are you serious? But more of like a, come
You
on,
know.
dude, you already knew.
Yeah.
And he's like, at once, please make yourselves at home. If there's anything I can get for you, just let me know.
You have any sweet
thank
tarts?
you, Matthias.
I'm sure we can make something happen. And as he's sort of as he's like sort of escorting you all towards like farther into the home to the lounge, he sort of stops and just sort of gestures with an open arm. And as you all pass by and enter the room, you turn around and look, and he's gone.
Sneaky motherfucker.
Like
That-
gone.
Bitty bitty sneaky.
Silence.
Yeah,
Never underestimate.
Jet's a little unsettled by that.
You notice that Jet's a little unsettled, and you're like,
Yeah, he's.
you get used to it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Trust me, I'm dragon marked and look for this kind of shit, and he still manages to scare me sometimes.
You don't sneak up on a shifter. It's a bad idea. Instincts, man.
Yeah.
First
So-
thing is turn around and claw somebody.
As you continue farther into the home and enter into a lounge room, you see a well-appointed chamber with a large, probably twice the size of the fireplace that was in Vale's office, sitting on the far side of the room from where you entered, with a fire already going. The room is warm, it is welcoming. There is plush furniture scattered around. There are chairs and couches and chase lounges throughout. There are two bookcases flanking the fireplace, both of which are packed to the brim with different tomes, all of them different colored bindings, different thicknesses, some of them leather bound, some of them cloth bound. It's a nice house. And you can see above the fireplace, probably 10 feet wide and 15 feet tall, you see a massive painted portrait. And it takes a moment, but you begin to pick out Vale. But he looks to be a teenager. You can see him flanked by,
Got a
in,
Sanchez mustache.
in the back you can see a large, tall, regal male figure expressing more elven features, clad in a dark blue vest with a lighter shade of blue shirt underneath, standing sort of with his hands clasped at his chest. Next to him you see a shorter female, expressing more human features, but wearing an ornate regal dress, again in that still with that dark brellish blue shading to it. Opposite, so the male figure is standing in the back center basically, and to his left is the female I just described. To his right you see an older male individual, darker skin tone, short cropped hair, wearing a nice suit, sort of like holding the lapels of his suit, standing there, chin sort of up and aloof. Dead in the middle, you can see what appears to be a young Vale, standing there, again in a suit, fairly reminiscent of the older child behind him. Again, almost sort of copying. You can see, like, even though he's standing there, you can see just a little bit of, like, the head tilted towards the older sibling behind, copying the same pose. And right at the bottom center of the portrait, right about where Vale's waist would be, you can see a cradle with an infant inside. And you would assume that this is probably Vale's family. Although, quite a few years ago.
You were a cute kid. Look at those cheeks.
I mean, you're still more adorable than I ever was.
This is true.
I'll walk up to the bookshelf and I'll start scanning books. Pull out a book, flip it open, and pull out a hidden flask. Set it back. Open it up. Always gotta have a secret stash somewhere. And then...
Respect.
I find it funny we're in this really rich fucking house that most of us have probably never been inside, and we have to go and find secret alcohol because clearly it's not good enough in the kitchen.
We don't, he does.
More for himself.
Probably sat there when that painting was made.
Your home is beautiful.
Thank you.
What's the name of the book?
Tusk Love.
Yeah. I was going to say the Lusty Argonian Maid. The Lusty Lizard Folk Maid, excuse me.
Yes.
Feathers and leathers.
Okay. Oh,
Sorry,
God.
I just
Canon.
wanted to know.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Oh, I've read that one. You can't read it yet.
I think this is more books in one place than I've ever seen other than the University of Fairhaven.
That would make sense. My family tends to read a lot. Oddly, more than most novels. I mean, a little bit.
Fist pump Gunther.
Is there, I mean, B wouldn't really know how to ask. Like, is there any book on it in this area that would be useful to anything we're pertaining to or doing? Like the Fiends,
No, probably not. This is more just like histories and
There's no like
stuff like
Lords
that.
of Dust for dummies.
No,
right.
no, no. This is more like histories.
Lady Bull 101.
So so
everything.
you ran to Lady Bull. Now what?
You want to try this encounter? Flip to page 37.
It's a choose your own adventure.
Damn it! Good thing I didn't take my finger off of this page. I can go back. I'm still alive. But no, it's mostly like histories, occasional like fictional books, random stuff like that.
We probably left our cloaks in the entryway, right? Or so I just kind of like just face plant into one of the plush furniture. Just like let out like a long sigh.
This is probably the softest like couch you've ever. If you've even seen a couch before.
Immediately sleep.
I mean, like you've probably seen like benches and stuff like that, but have you been in like a plush like
No,
couch?
probably not. No, not in the inns that Jet and I stayed in.
No.
It's like it's so soft. I'm sinking into.
Just suffocate in there.
No big deal.
A few moments pass as you all make yourselves comfortable and observe your surroundings before you hear a faint ding 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 ding. And Matthias begins to enter the room. And you see him, and he's carrying a single plate in his hands, but floating off to his side, like 3 or 4 platters, just following him as he enters into the room. You walk as he enters into the room, he sees all of you, and he just sort of snaps his other finger, and the 3 platters surrounding him just float and set themselves down on a table right in front of all of you. As he walks over and bows down with the plate and presents it to you, with you see 3 muffins on it.
I can get used to this. Thank you, Matthias.
My pleasure. Is there anything else I can get for any of you? The sir and the lady should be home momentarily. You're welcome to make yourselves at home, make yourselves comfortable.
Jet still seems to be stuck on that photo, just kind of looking.
Matthias, can I interest you?
No. Not yet. If your mother comes home and she smells a hint of alcohol on my breath,
That's true.
you yourself better clean up. You know she doesn't approve.
I know.
Jet actually, when he says if she smells a hint of alcohol, Jet actually just kind of turns and looks at him and goes, "You know, prestidigitation can do a lot of things, friend." And he kind of motions to the orb.
And you see Matthias sort of start retreating from the room, and he goes, "It can do quite a few things, but I don't know if it can fix that."
Harmless smells, you can change it. Just saying.
He's gone.
Jet actually wants to try
I don't
to
think
watch
you
him
want
and
a high
follow
whiskey
this
breath
stuff.
from
It's
somebody
funny.
who
He
might have
exits the room and turns to the right, and he's been out of the room all of 2 seconds. And you like quickly scuttle across the room and peer out into the
Oh no,
hallway.
he's not worried about that. He just wants to make sure he actually leaves the room versus disappears.
No, he leaves the room.
Okay.
Yeah, even if you were to follow after him and peer out into the hallway, there's no other doors for like 15 or 20 feet down the hallway. But as soon as you peer out, he's gone.
This is the weirdest thing to me. I don't like it.
I don't remember.
Sorry?
What's the name of the person that
saved us.
saved us?
Satari.
Satari. Thank you.
Wonder what instrument they play.
Is there anything else you guys wish to do while you wait?
About maybe 1.5 muffins in. Mouthful.
Don't give yourself an upset stomach.
Hasn't happened yet.
You'd be surprised.
Okay.
Sweets and her just.
So, to address the... I don't know what the Ebron equivalent of elephant in the room is.
Tarask.
The Tarask in the room. What do you guys make of...
She said the Warforged in the
The
room.
Warforged? B would have been just like...
Huh?
Anyway, sorry. Continue.
Satari. Lady Elmaro. The piece of the prophecy. What do we make of all that? Scares me.
Well, I mean, it seems like you're some kind of chosen one. Dealing
Can
with
I
this
pass that on to
prophecy.
someone else?
I don't think that's
I don't think I
quite
like
how
that.
prophecies work, but I mean, I will say at least you have some people that are here to make sure nothing bad will happen to you.
Well, apparently that also means some very bad people are after me and, by extension, us.
I'm all for passing this on if we can figure out a way to do it, by the way.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not sure that's how prophecies really work.
Oh, it's not, but if there's a way. Trust me. Cool. And Jet just kind of
She
sits
mentioned
down.
something, or they mentioned something in when they were talking. The conclave and Aghanesson, has anyone heard of anything that what they could be talking about? It said dragons.
You and Zareth can roll history checks. You as well. Oh, just by nature of your upbringing.
I don't see shit. I got 9.
Okay.
You got a 9 in history? Did you roll a natural 1?
No, I rolled a 2.
Oh.
That is a
I don't know if that was worth $15, but that was kind of cool.
that is a 21.
Okay.
Damn.
11!
Cool.
I remember a song about this.
Do you mean the conclave or the chamber?
Oh yeah, the chamber, excuse me, not the conclave.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Because there is a conclave, but that's. I was like, I
Right,
don't think
yeah,
I've talked about that yet.
No.
Chroma conclave?
No.
No.
Um,
Different conclave.
Aghanesson is a separate continent from Corvair. Very few people go there and return, because legend has it that it is the land of the dragons.
There be dragons.
The reason most people go there and don't return is because the dragons are very territorial. They do not like people on their land. They do not like people interfering in their business. And so if someone that is not a dragon is discovered on their land, typically they are interrogated and usually disposed of. You rolled a 21?
Yes.
Cool. Lord up!
Lorbard.
Well, yeah.
Where did I...
Bardic knowledge.
Where did it go? Why is it not present? Oh, that's because I dumped it into another category so that I didn't. Cool. You've heard rumors of this chamber. The chamber appears to be an assembly of like-minded dragons that, while the majority of dragons themselves are obsessed with the draconic prophecy, and not disrupting it, the chamber is more. They take a more active role in Eberron as a whole. They are not. They're not a body that works directly. It's not like, oh, I'm an agent of the chamber here to make sure that this piece of the prophecy comes true. It's more of very few people actually really have heard of it. It's just because of your training and lore keeping and the stories that you've heard whispers of this organization of dragons that are sort of like a protectorate of the world. They've been known to occasionally involve themselves in the workings of the world, but very, very rarely. The biggest story that you know of with the chamber is old history. But the chamber was influential in tipping off the rest of the dragons of Arganessen about the activities of the Vol family. And we're talking not like what you guys know of with Lady Vol,
okay,
but we're talking thousands of years ago history. Basically, the chamber tipped off the dragons of Arganessen that the Vol family line, those that were with the Mark of Death, the dragon mark that has been wiped out, they basically alerted the dragons that these people were up to something bad. And that is what set off the War of the Mark, where the dragons of Arganessen and the elves of Arenal wiped out the Mark of Death. They wiped out that sect of elves that deeply practiced necromancy and completely eradicated that mark from the face of Eberron.
I would share that in the form of
Fantastic
legend.
storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually probably go and change the color of the flame as I told the story, because why not?
Right.
You're all entranced as you sit there, and Jet spins this tale, illuminated from behind by color-changing flames. And you even see a few times that as he speaks, you see what appears to be a small dragon made of flame sort of emerge from the fireplace and float up in and then disappear.
So
So cool.
the chamber, is a secret organization that manipulates events behind the scenes. That kind of sounds like the antithesis of the Lords of Dust, doesn't it?
That is a very large word for you.
Learned it from him. I also learned cunt from him.
Well,
okay. Well,
He keeps
in-
it balanced.
I just imagine Zareth,
Well-
like, she's like, I learned antithesis from him, and he's like, you sure did. I teach you all the right things. And then she's like, and I also learned cunt. And he's like, I had nothing to do with it. That was not me.
I just point at Gunther.
You see Zareth almost shrink into his robes a little bit.
So, in polite conversation, we don't use that term. Just a heads up.
What, antithesis?
No, antithesis is fine. Cunt is not.
Oh.
We don't use that. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, just the.
When we sent it to a merchant who wouldn't give me a discount.
That's fine.
Oh.
But you know.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
When
no.
else would you use that word?
In polite conversation, we don't use that word. Just a heads up.
Noted. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't care.
But anyway,
Say whatever.
grammar aside, it does sound like the chamber has the exact same type of organization that the Lords of Dust are, maybe just they're
Goals are differently aligned.
more protecting, whereas the Lords are more trying to unleash hell on Earth.
Sounds about right. So the law goes.
Did Siestra?
Satari.
Satari.
I'm gonna write that down. So did Satari tell you anything specifically before they, bamfed us away?
No. Satari just kind of. I mean, everything was going on, and they just kind of whispered, "Grab your friends and think of home." And that's when we came here. They didn't tell me anything.
No direction, other than they might see us again.
Did they mention seeing us again or anything? Like, yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there was anything like that. It was mostly just grab your friends, think of home. I hope they were able to get out of there. I'd hate to think what would happen if they stuck around.
I have to think what would happen if we'd stuck around. No offense,
Tickle
sir. I know you wanted to take a crack at Lady Amaro, but we were already quite winded from everything else.
By the way, I didn't think about mentioning it, but if I've taken my coat off, I would have also removed my guns and put them with my coat, so that way my mom doesn't come in and see me with guns strapped to me and shit.
How old are you?
I figured.
I mean, just kind of more of a not that she would have a problem with it, but
She likes her second.
Veil. Veil.
Valish. It's Valish.
Veil.
yes,
Would you like the guns in a bag of holding?
good idea. Yeah, that was
We run into people often.
yeah.
Not that I want that to happen in your home.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's be real.
It's also nice to keep them.
People can't stay in the bag of holding because there's no air, right?
Right.
Does that mean I can stay
I
in
was
the
just
bag
gonna
of
say,
holding?
do you need it?
Because I don't need to breathe.
In theory, yes.
No,
But
in theory, yes,
Te-
but I don't
You'd have
think
to be
the
able to
opening
fit,
would be
yeah.
wide enough for
Yeah,
you
you're
to
a
get
put
pretty
your head
large.
in there.
You're a pretty large.
But I thought a bigger bag of holdings had bigger openings. So like if we had, because isn't there different classes of bag of
We
holdings?
could throw you in
Yeah.
one of the portable holes.
Yeah.
Portable hole would work.
I don't know what that is.
We can carry him in a portable
To-
hole.
There, I just.
Yes.
There is
Well,
a.
like Looney Tunes, like throw a hole. Portable
That
hole.
is
There-
in D&D?
There is a.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
There is a novel written by Keith Baker
That's awesome.
that actually the protagonists hide their warforged in a bag of holding, and he pops out to fight off some Illithid, actually, mind player.
Oh shit.
So if we ever need to teleport, eventually we just need to get a folding and we can just be in
Hop in, you know,
and then we can teleport more people.
we're out.
It's true.
I just imagine it. It's been like 3 years of you guys adventuring together, and you're like, V, into the bag, and he's like, I don't want.
Always be in the
damn it,
bag.
Why does it always have to be me? And you're all sitting there like, no,
It's trinket in the
no,
necklace.
into the bag. and he's just like, ugh.
Are you guys gonna let me in?
As long as you guys don't forget me this time.
I'm sorry, I only forgot for a month.
I got out. You were all another level.
Yes.
That's so mean. I should have opened my mouth. Be your timeout. Get in the bag.
So, as time progresses, you all enjoy the snacks and drinks that are provided as you enjoy calm conversation in a warm, dry room. About a half hour passes before you hear the front door open. And as the front door opens, you see, from your perspective in the room, you can see Matthias cross the doorway as he walks towards the front door from where you all entered.
I should have asked this before. Are there any suits of armor or anything? Decorative suits of armor or something? Because I feel like B would just stand next to it to like impersonate the suit of armor.
Not that you've seen.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably not.
Not that you've seen.
Just wondering.
Is there a stand that you can stand on and be a suit of armor?
No, but you could pull some books off and make one.
Yes.
It's true.
Oh my gosh, you can play pretend, Ryn. You can have a guard. You can be a princess or something. You know.
I feel like we're already living in quite the fantasy.
I know.
We need to extend that even further.
It'd be hilarious though. You can make yourself a little friend.
Well, what if we just put him in plate mail? But then again, we could just put Big Man over in plate
No,
mail.
but then
and
see,
you could be like the mountain.
I'd be like,
he can be in plate mail, and then he can be on the other side flanking you. You can have
That would
armored
be very-
guards,
very
That's true.
intimidating. Yeah.
and then your own jester.
Although if we're going for subtlety, narrow miss.
So, you all see Matthias rush past the doorway. A few seconds pass, and
As this is happening, you see me straighten up and kind of try to make myself somewhat more presentable.
you can hear distant conversation at the front door.
How should we address your parents? Should I call Mom and Dad?
And the last thing you catch is
The golden lady.
you hear Matthias's voice just say, "At once." And then a few seconds later, you can hear the click, 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 click of steps down the hallway, and then you just hear a high-pitched, feminine voice. Val, Val.
Mother, we're in here.
And rounding the corner, you see an average-sized, round-faced woman with fair skin. Her features. You immediately recognize her as the woman that's in the portrait. Her features definitely resemble more of the human side.
Lady Roll.
She has light brown hair that is braided and then woven together in a tight bun on the top of her head. She has narrow but slightly bulging green eyes that are surrounded by a very dark, like almost on the border of black but still blue eyeshadow that stretches out in large wings across her face. She also has a complimentary lipstick and some eyeliner to match. A very slim neck, wide shoulder, toned arms, but like dainty, small hands. She looks rather, from what you can see of her, she looks rather healthy and fit.
Is she also wearing like black robes? The same as
She's wearing a very elegant, well-tailored dress, but it is that dark brellish blue with black pinstripe. She's also wearing quite a bit of jewelry on her fingers, a nice necklace, dangling earrings, and you notice that as she as she rounds the corner into the room and lays eyes on her son, you watch as the eyeshadow and lipstick change from a dark blue, almost black, into like almost like a bright, like a much brighter, vibrant blue. Like as the smile on her face spreads, you can watch as all of the lipstick and eyeshadow just changes to match, almost like it's changing with her mood.
I was gonna say mood eyeshadow.
Kind of.
And as she rounds the corner, at first she steps in and she stops for a second, seeing all these people, but then she immediately locks eyes with Vale and just immediately rushes over and just wraps you in a huge hug.
Giant big
and
hug.
Vale's a little bit taller than her. Her head rests right on his chest, but she almost like wraps him in a hug and like picks him up.
What's the what age would we place this one?
Early 50s.
Early 50s, middle aged.
Okay.
And
how tall is Vale again?
6'2", 6'3".
Yeah. So that's what I think. Yeah.
Okay, so she's actually a pretty tall.
She's like 5'8".
Yeah,
5'6".
so it's taller for a lady.
Yeah. She's like 5'6".
But she embraces him in this huge hug. It sort of swings him a little bit and then sets him down and pushes him out to arm's length and just looks him over. He's like, "You've been gone so long."
I know. I said it was just going to be a quick trip, but I got held up with some stuff. Everything's fine, though.
That's good. You made friends?
Yeah, it seems a little odd, but some people enjoy putting up with me.
We'll see how long that lasts. Welcome, friends of Vale, to our home. I am Madeline, the lady of the house. Welcome. Make yourselves at home. If there's anything we can get for you, please let Matthias know.
Thank you. It is a pleasure.
Thank you, my lady.
She sort of like looks over her shoulder.
Jet kind of looks to Vale to be like, shall we introduce ourselves? Like a look of, shall we introduce ourselves, or are you going to?
So, introducing my friends here. So, this little lady is Ryn.
Lady Madani.
And she, in like a fluid, gracious curtsy, dips so low to the ground and back up. There's a lady.
It's a lovely home.
I've worked very hard for it.
This is also my good friend Jet.
My lady. And
Sir?
Jet does bow.
And she nods her head.
And we have, Gunther.
I'm just kind of like respect.
Don't worry about him. He's always been terrible with names.
Seraph.
Honor us.
Funny for an investigator.
And rounding out our group, V.
And he looks over at Jet and then copies.
Yeah,
the
Jet.
bow.
Jet motions bow. Yep.
Hmm.
And nods.
Very nice. Looks over her shoulders a little bit. And gets real serious for a second. If something happens to him, I will find you.
I do not doubt it, my lady.
A very specific set of skills.
But first,
V is unsure if this is a threat.
Shadowblade.
I mean,
dinner, yes?
absolutely.
Last half of the quarter of the muffin still. Sounds great.
Starving.
Matthias loves to spoil the children, even though I've told him not to.
That sounds creepy.
Speaking of children, where's
Spare the rod.
father and
Spoil the
Honorve?
child.
Who was the brother? One more time.
No, my younger sister.
Oh, I didn't hear the name. So
Honorve.
Oh. Moreland will be here soon. He's attending to business after that show that happened during the Lord's funeral.
Yeah, we.
And your sister,
Came into the
your
end.
sister is with her friends. She'll be home soon.
Okay.
But no, please, make yourselves at home. We will we'll have dinner. Can I excuse myself? Vale, can I just have a wood?
Sure.
She begins to exit the room.
Follow.
She leads you farther into the house, towards one of the other common rooms, and definitely gets a little bit more motherly at this point, and is like, "How many times do I have to tell you to send word if you're going to be late?"
I know. I got held up with some stuff, and I don't want to worry you, so I won't go into details, but everything's fine.
That does not. You saying you don't want to worry me just makes me worry more.
I know, but it's one of those things where I know you'll think the worst, but I assure you it's not the worst by any stretch. Although that's really not helping much.
No, it isn't. You, where did you meet your friends? It's quite an eclectic group.
Yeah, well, I was, like I said, like I said, I traveled to Reckenmark for just a quick little bit, and on my way back, I ran into these people, and they needed help, and I was able to help.
Well, we did raise you right. You know, Andre has been asking about you daily.
Sounds about right. I know she can't go too long without seeing me.
Well, I'm sure she will be ecstatic to see that you have returned.
Yes. Although, I will say, one in our group has to travel to Sharn very shortly, so I will be in town basically tonight, and I'll be leaving town again tomorrow.
How did I know that this would be short-lived?
It seems to be the usual anymore.
Well, I'm just glad you're okay. That you're home safe, and that we at least get a meal together.
Yes. Well, we'll probably have a meal together tomorrow as well.
That's true.
We can make that happen. I'm gonna go get ready for dinner and take off these depressing clothes.
What was up with that display at the funeral?
These
Almost
people that feel they know better. They don't understand how government and nations work, and they feel that they can do a better job just with hopes and feelings. Hopes and feelings don't make the world work. Action and decisions make our world turn. But of course that, and again you see her sort of like look over her shoulders, that bastard Rukin just keeps pushing. Just keeps pushing. You would recognize it as Lord Rukin, Ruken, Ear Clarn.
Like a fireball in Street Fighter?
Huh?
We have a thing.
Lord Rukin Ear Clarn
Yes.
is the Prime Minister of Breland and the head of Brelish Parliament.
And you know we have a message for him.
It's also really funny that
Yeah.
she says that name because
I
that
was
is
going to say, that name sounds incredibly familiar.
that's where you have to deliver the letter.
Got it. Prime Minister of Breland, and he's the what?
Head of Brelish Parliament.
Okay.
We have this message, and can we help you overthrow?
He continues to
Probably.
serve the king, but at the same time his own interests.
I'll wear my Blah Lives Matter t-shirt.
But the ambitions of men often outpace their abilities. Think nothing of it. the cries of petty men.
No, your mom mad conservative.
It's good to see you.
It's good to be back.
She sort of cups your hand and your cheek in her hand and is like,
I will say, random thing. I don't think I've ever seen it storm this bad. Has this been coming up more recently?
now that you mention it, no, this is sort of odd. Yeah, the flowers needed it.
I was gonna say, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining if the crops will be nice and the flowers will look gorgeous, but
I'm sure there's some wizard somewhere that's experimenting with weather. Who knows? I don't understand.
it's a weather machine.
But no, return to your friends. I've kept you long enough. I will go see to the preparation of a meal.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And she departs and heads upstairs.
Yeah. I'll head back to the study.
You all see Vale re-enter.
Hi, Baelish. How's Mom?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys talk.
Mom's fine, worried as always, but others can be like that sometimes.
Wouldn't know.
I'm sorry.
Never knew her. Was raised by my dad. But he worried enough for 2 people, so.
Seems to be parents. Or guardians, for that matter.
What? Just like, wait a minute.
Just
But okay, yes.
tend to be the worrying type.
Yes. I mean, what's not to worry about?
True.
Any insight on what the show that went on during the funeral?
Not really. Although I will say, my mother said that Lord Rukanir Clarn is pushing a little harder than usual, which he's who we have to see to deliver that message to.
You didn't
Pushing
mention
harder
it,
for
did you?
what?
I did not mention anything. I thought best safe to not really bring that up right now, at least.
What is the Lord Rukin pushing for?
I'm not sure. She didn't really go into it. Again, I thought best not to push the subject right now.
I would agree with that assessment. At least at the moment.
Roll mad fire, I suppose.
Hmm?
I thought roll mad fire on this dice.
Hmm.
Well, is our plan to see Lord Rukin this evening, or given how events have unfolded, should we do it tomorrow?
I was gonna say, given the events that unfolded during the funeral, and given the fact that we're already here and planning on having dinner and stuff, I would say probably afternoon tomorrow. Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me. So no, the cat just walked up and put his nose right up against my finger, and it scared the shit out of me for some reason. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out, and I'm allergic to you, so I probably shouldn't keep petting you.
I would agree that tomorrow would be better, considering it would
Tomorrow would be
rude
more
to
operative,
leave.
plus delivering a message.
Can we stay here
before-
tonight? Do you have rooms?
I mean, there's probably plenty of bedrooms if
Place
you
like
would like to
this,
stay here.
a few guest beds or 2.
Far more than 2, but yeah.
There's more than 2?
It's quite a sizable house.
Well, I mean, if it's open, yeah, probably have to ask our parents' permission, but
My mother would be more happy with us sleeping here than sleeping at my place.
I think all of us would. Your place look like. Boop.
Yeah.
Kind of like look over at Zara.
You're right, it did kind of look like poop.
That's a new term. Shapoop.
I knew it was going there. I knew it was going there.
I don't know where she would have learned that.
What are you talking about? I say it all the time.
Yes, then it was you.
Yes.
Shapoopy.
Shapoopy, yes. That's what I say all the time. Haven't you heard the song?
Oh. Whoever's bag that is, no longer their bag.
Nope, it's his.
So, you all sit there for a little while. About a half hour or so passes before Matthias re-enters the room. He goes, the lady of the home has requested a meal be prepared for all of us. If you would follow me to the dining room.
Lead the way.
And he sort of steps back out into the hallway and waits for everyone to follow. And as you all... Hold on, there's this.
Does she sing that?
Yes.
As you all.
Hey! Baloney. Baloney. No, that's right. She does sing it twice. Nobody watches Psych.
What?
The show Psych.
Yeah, I watched that. Isn't it?
Yeah. The episode with playing with Mikuchi.
Kate Mikuchi?
Kate Mikuchi.
Oh, yeah, man. That's real.
She
She
plays
plays the-
playing with Mikuchi, but you can't Kate.
Yeah, Kate Mikuchi.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first part of that, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's like
when she's the old baloney jingle girl. Baloney.
Oh, sorry.
So, as you all begin to progress your way out into the hallway and walk back towards the front door where you had entered, you watch as the door swings open. You see two figures there. You see a tall half-elven man. Actually, both of them are half-elven. You see a tall... the one that first steps into the home. You can see darker complected skin and features that definitely resemble more elven side. A thin face, very angular jaw. His green eyes, as he opens the door and steps inside, look at you all and sort of, you see an inquisitive eyebrow raise before he turns and puts his back to the rest of you. You can see dark brown hair with streaks of gray and white running through it. Clothing is similar to what you saw Vale's mother wearing. Again, very fine tunic and vest with predominantly that it's that time of night.
Yep.
That type of night.
Wearing a dark blue, almost silken shirt with a black vest over it. He's hanging up a large, black trench coat onto one of the hooks by the front door. Form-fitting pants that accentuate some decent musculature on his frame. Shorter arms that, again, similar to the pants, the shirt that he's wearing shows off some rather muscular build. Some jewelry, but not nearly as much as the lady you met earlier. And you assume this to probably be the sir of the house, Vale's father. But standing beyond him in the entryway, you see another figure. Ah!
Why you do this?
There you go. Yeah. Bring it back now, y'all.
You see another figure that Vale you immediately
that guy's a
recognize.
vampire.
You immediately recognize as Trelib Devanani, the head of House Madani, the Baron of the house.
Sir Fancy Pants.
As he stands there, dressed in similar clothing to your father, but much more ornate. Long black hair flowing down across his shoulders. As he stands there with a servant behind him, still standing out in the rain, with an umbrella over his head, waiting there. They have a hushed conversation before you see Trelib sort of lean over and look, smile a little bit, lean back, share a hushed word with your father, nods his head and turns around and walks down the stairs. Your father shuts the door, finishes hanging up his coat, touches the sphere on the side of the table that casts prestidigitation, and you watch all of his clothing immediately sort of brighten a little bit as the water is flushed from it.
Whisked away.
And you see him, without turning around still, you see him sort of roll his shoulders. Take a breath, straighten his vest, and then he turns around with a smile on his face and he goes, well, isn't this a surprise?
Hello, Father.
Baelish, welcome home. Just a
walk up
huge,
and
just opens his arms for a
big
huge
hug.
hug. It's good to see you, my boy. You've been gone a while.
Yeah, far longer than I was planning on, but
Mother was worried.
yeah, she always worries.
I wasn't. I knew you'd be fine, but she...
She never ceases to worry.
Isn't that true?
She worries with me just staying in my house.
Well, it appears as though you brought friends.
I did.
Welcome. Welcome, friends. I am Morland de Madani. Welcome to my home. If you're friends of Vale's, you're friends of mine. You see Matthias sort of stops next to him and they share a whispered word. And his face immediately lights up and he's like, nothing better than stepping in the door and having a meal prepared. Am I right?
I was gonna say, with me being in such close proximity, would I hear what was said? But
It was basically like,
yeah.
bitch, dinner's ready.
Yeah. Bitch, better have my dinner.
He's like, well,
Feed me, watch you.
You said that?
Yeah,
no, you just said that though?
I'm glad you all decided to join us for dinner. Please, follow Matthias.
Thank you.
So, they escort, and you say, my lord, and he looks at you and he goes, I am not a lord.
Lord of the house, yes.
Yet.
Maybe of this house. He sort of smiles and he's like, okay.
Yep.
You all follow Matthias with your father bringing up the rear. You all enter into a large dining room with a long rectangular table set up with enough spaces set for all of you. And you count one less than you would expect. It appears as though a place setting was not put down for your sister.
Oh, okay.
You all sit down. Morland takes his seat at the head of the table, and not a moment passes before your mother enters from what appears to be the kitchen. As she enters into the room, she walks by, rests a hand on Morland's shoulder, reaches down and kisses the top of his head before taking her seat to his right. Everyone sits down, everyone takes their place.
So since V doesn't eat, and he hasn't eaten ever, all he's gonna do is basically stay a few, I don't know, feet, just like 5 to 10 feet back behind Ryn's chair, and just kind of cross the arms and fold them into the robe and just stand there like V does.
Your bodyguard is welcome to take a seat.
Oh, I don't think he likes to sit or eat. He likes being right there.
Well, most Warforged don't, but
Let me see if I can get him to. V, is there a seat like near me?
there's like 15 open chairs.
Yeah.
V, just take the one nearest me, please. People like it when everyone sits down.
So he walks over and just.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jet pulls out the chair beforehand.
It's a carpeted floor.
He would fully expect that we might not know the
Just
appropriate force to use.
No, don't take the seat. Just sit in. No. We'll short sit.
He just sits down and then sets hands on the table.
There you go. Good job.
Well, shall we eat?
Yes, please.
And
That is so great.
with that, the same door that your mother exited from, you see Matthias again enter. And this time, he's empty-handed. But as he passes through the door stays open, and he takes 3 or 4 steps in and steps to the side, and you just see this procession of plates and platters float from the kitchen and then just set themselves one plate in front of each person.
Yo, you know magic.
And so,
to the test.
a fantastic meal is had by all of you. Small talk is passed amongst each other, with Vale recapping some of his adventures and how he met all of you with his parents. His parents sharing a few.
Leaving out the more dangerous details.
His parents sharing a few.
Mind Flayer almost ate his brain.
Remember that time?
His parents share a few slightly embarrassing stories from Vale's childhood.
And I'm just sitting there like,
committing all of it to memory.
Yep.
And it's going to
Nearly
be
drunk
a
enough for
song
this.
Later.
Oh, don't worry. It'll be
by the
written
time
later.
the third story happens, you guys are on dessert, and your mother's had a few drinks, so she's getting a little bit more like exuberant with the details, and she's detailing a time when you were young and decided you didn't want to wear clothes. And it was like a 3-hour process for Matthias and your parents to chase you around the home. You were like a greased up pig.
they cannot take my freedom.
Yeah, they could not get their hands on you. And you're sitting there absolutely red in the face. Your father is damn near crying. He's laughing so hard. And almost imperceptibly, just from your right, a small glass floats up onto the table and sets right next to your plate, and it's almost full to the brim with whiskey.
And I immediately grab for it.
You take a drink of it, and you look across the room, and you see Matthias standing back by the kitchen, and he just looks at you and just winks. So, dinner concludes. The patrons of the home look at all of you and say, "You are welcome to stay here." Matthias has already prepared guest chambers upstairs. You are welcome to stay as many nights as you need. For us, though, it has been a long day, and so we are going to retire for the evening.
Thank you for your hospitality, my lord, my lady.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for keeping an eye on this hellion. And they both get up and retire from the room.
Just kind of looks over.
Well, I was going to say, but before they leave, is Honorave going to be back this evening, or is she?
She wanted to stay with friends, and
Didn't want to see your big brother.
you didn't care to tell anyone that you were coming back into town. Don't you put this on us, child.
This is true. Okay.
She will be upset that she did not get to see you, but she will be happy to hear that you're safe. And as long as you promise to come back soon,
I will.
she will be fine.
Promise at least it's not going to be another month and a half. Or shouldn't be, I should say.
Better not. I'll chain you to the fountain outside, and you won't be able to leave again. None of you heard me say that.
I heard nothing.
No clothes on.
We did hear that one.
Be careful, he gets slippery when he's like that. As they walk up the stairs and disappear. So if there's anything else you wish to do with the night is yours, or you can retire for the evening and we can proceed to the next morning.
Very well. Are you curious? Do you want to see your sister?
I mean,
It's a big city, but might be able to figure it out. You're a detective, right? Know the city like the back of your hand.
yeah, this is true. Although I don't know whose friend's house she was staying at, but. What time of night is it right now?
By this point, it's probably the better part of like 10 o'clock. It's dark out. It's still raining. But it is definitely night. The city has turned down
Yeah.
for the evening.
As I say, at this point of evening, it's one of those things where you don't really go out unless you're seeking a tavern or house of ill repute or something like that. She's probably done for the night. Maybe tomorrow.
Fair enough. Always nice to see family.
This is true. Well, should we head upstairs? Or would you guys want to head elsewhere?
I'd like to sit outside for a few minutes, to be honest.
Yeah. Is it still storming, or?
It's not. It's raining. The storm seems to have subsided.
How
a
are the
little bit.
rooms prepared? I guess I would ask that. How do we each get our own room, or are we bunking up? I don't know how many rooms you have.
Honestly, with the size.
When are you asking Matthias?
I would ask that as we're kind of grouped out of the dining area, so Matthias would be present.
That is entirely up to you. If you wish to sleep with a friend, you can. We have enough chambers.
Kind of
Assuming
bunked
Bale
up
is going to
together.
sleep in his bed chambers.
Yeah.
We should have enough room for the lot of you.
I'd like to stay.
Yes.
Close by?
Matthias, could one room be prepared with 2 beds? Is that?
We can make that happen.
Thank you.
Or a cot or something like that if the bed's too much.
No. By no means.
He's got
We
this.
will make it happen.
Thank you.
You were going to go outside?
For a few minutes. Need some fresh air.
Do you want me to come?
If you'd like to.
Of course.
I'd say fresh air actually does sound quite nice. And I'll kind of lead the way, heading out to like a spot on the front wraparound porch that has.
You actually head out towards the back end of the house, and as you all emerge from the back end of the home, you can see a large, spacious backyard that actually butts all the way up to the wall at the edge of this central island in the Dagger River. And it's really cool because the wall itself for the fortress is built into the water. And you can see about a foot above the water there is a gap with large, probably 1.5 foot thick iron and steel posts driven into the ground that the wall is attached to. But there is a small pond in the backyard that is part of the Dagger River. It's quite relaxing. It's a nice place.
Jet will go and sit by underneath one of the trees, just kind of enjoying the air, despite the fact that it doesn't generally like water, but at the same time, it's nice.
It's that
outside.
That smell of fresh rain.
Yeah, that's what he's.
The coolness of the night, the quiet calm of the city. It's peaceful.
Yeah, that's what he's listening to at the moment. How you doing?
That was a close one. Not gonna lie. Quite a change of scenery from the airship, though. Just kind of gaze across the city.
Yeah, it is. Place is huge.
Easy to get lost or slip away.
I'll be nearby. You know that.
That meant you and me if we just wanted to leave all this prophecy stuff behind.
We could.
Yeah, we would look out for the rest of them.
They're a resourceful bunch. Think they'd be fine.
Maybe. They need a few level heads with them, though.
Oh, you're not referring to me.
No, of course not. You know, level as they come, I think. Mostly.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust that.
At least when I'm around, I keep you level.
You remain pretty well.
So that ring business you gave me, it's important to you.
It is. But you notice it's a platinum band, just a plain platinum band.
Belong to someone important.
I don't know. It belongs to me.
And it means something.
It does.
What is it?
Well, in my culture, tribe, however you want to frame it, it's you would call it married.
From Carnath, not Backwater. I know what marriage is.
No.
So it has something to do with your family. So obviously they're not here anymore, like mine. So just keep it through what. Remember my kind of like, and I'll pull out my father's signet ring, like what I have.
Look what you have. It's magic, though. If she were nearby, I would know. I like to think she's out there somewhere.
I'd say never give up. I don't really know what happened, but I don't want to bring up troubled memories for you. Far too many of those in recent days.
Certainly is, and Drake kind of gets quiet and kind of gets distant. She was the love of my life. Hopefully she'll be out there.
She is. You have a pretty good detective with us now.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to use him for.
There's a reason we kept him around, not just for the amenities.
Oh, these are nice though.
No,
These
he-
are perks.
He used those.
You hear them talking about you like you're not even there.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, I'm listening to this entire conversation.
Alright, we go.
It is quite nice.
You grew up in this.
Mm-hmm. My whole life.
Fit half my village in here. Yeah, maybe a third of it. No. Definitely my whole village in the neighborhood though.
Yeah.
All of mine, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, it's quite nice, but it's a life that I've lived that I've been very privileged and fortunate to have.
So what have you been roughing it with us for the last couple of weeks?
It's a nice change of pace. Keeps me more on my toes. Don't want to get too complacent.
Well, can I ask you something?
Sure.
What the fuck is with people in clothes?
What do you mean?
I mean, shifter tribes, we just do whatever the fuck we want.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to wear it, great. If you don't, it doesn't matter. But in cities, everyone, clothes. And your parents were dying about the fact that you run around naked. But it's common in my tribe.
Yeah. Seems like with high society, everybody tends to put more emphasis on covering
Modesty.
up. Yeah. Modesty. One thing that people like to have, but seems more useless than anything. But
Still something I haven't figured out, to be honest.
mm.
I wear it because I fit in, but it's always been weird to me.
Yeah.
That and your funerals are really weird, by the way.
Funerals are not typically like that. That was. I've been to plenty of funerals. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, I figured that one was different, but still weird.
You hear a from behind, and you sort of peek back, and you can see Matthias is like peeking out the back door to the house, and he just sets down on the ground right there, like right outside the door, a bottle of whiskey, 2 glasses, and a small bottle of some colored liquid next to it. What you would assume is probably some form of juice. And he just sort of like slowly retreats back inside.
Yeah, I will go and collect.
I was gonna say, so V wouldn't have followed him out, like, right? Because it was only just you 3.
Yep.
So, because V's been like watching, not in a creepy way, but like through a window. So when Matthias opens the door and leaves the stuff, V's just gonna walk out and then just stay right. Because I'm kind of assuming here that there's like an overage since you put it down on the ground. It's not getting rained.
Yeah. There's a second floor balcony.
Okay.
Yeah. So that like when you step out of the door, you're not getting rained on.
Right. So that's what V would just be on the inside, like not inside, but under the balcony, but like right outside the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will absolutely go and collect. Does the juice seem
Non-alcoholic.
well? No, I like. Does it seem like he's placing it there because it's something to mix with, or does it seem like he's putting it there because it's some kind of?
In all the years that you have lived with Matthias, never once has he seen you mix with your alcohol.
Okay, so it is something for Ryn. Got it. Okay, that's what I was assuming.
And as you get closer and approach and pick it up, you do see that it is a bottle of apple juice, which you would remember that front tree on the property is an apple tree.
Yes.
And typically, whatever is left over from the harvest every year gets juiced and bottled. And so this is probably some leftover juice from last year's harvest.
V wishes he had some fucking taste buds. That sounds awesome.
I'll go over and collect and bring him back.
Well, I was gonna say if there's 3, V can help, but it's up to you. You are the master of bottles.
I mean, I can carry 2 glasses and 2 bottles easily.
Just make sure.
I think I'll leave you two to the adult stuff. Going.
I'll hand off the apple juice.
Thank you. I'm gonna go see if Zareth wants to split this with me. But
Sure you don't want to try?
not in the mood right now. But enjoy. Well, see you at whatever room Matthias has prepared for us. I'll kind of give you a tight hug.
Jet will return your hug. Glad you're safe.
We're all safe. Thank you. Thanks for letting us stay with your parents today.
Yeah.
Sorry, Baelish.
Yeah.
Yep, it's not getting old anytime soon.
I can tell.
Even once we leave.
V,
Sounds right.
do you want to stay with them or come with me?
He'll look inside, and then at you, and then at them, and then at you. Never been given an option before. And so he looks over at them.
Your choice, bud.
I will stay.
You boys have fun. Matthias, where'd that old wizard go to?
It's funny, you walk in and you say that, and there's no response. But you assume probably upstairs.
Well, I'll do some exploring. What trouble could I get to in this place?
And V is not.
So
Oh God.
you make your way down the back hallway
She can't break anything.
to the central staircase right there when
If she
you
can't,
first
it's
enter.
easily replaceable.
You walk up to the second floor,
Well,
and
except for
when
some
you
of the entries.
get to like the second floor landing, Matthias is standing there waiting, and he's like, "Your wizard friend is in here."
Oh, you're good. You're good.
And as you walk by, he just winks at you, and he's like, "Many years of practice. Many."
Oh, Jet would kill for those skills.
Don't think I haven't tried it.
He gets you get the idea that he gets a little bit of enjoyment out of like freaking people out with how good he is at his job.
Very, very sneaky.
Well, kind of like soft wrapped on the door that Matthias is pointing out.
Come in.
Open the door. I've got juice. You thirsty?
Yes,
I think this is what Jet would call a nightcap.
I'm assuming it's not quite as
so
strong as what Jet would use as a nightcap, but
It's probably lighter than what he usually would, but it's all I was given.
I will share with you.
Thank you. I'm assuming like there's like a sitting table and some like something in the rooms to Or
I'm
is
sorry.
there like a sitting table in each of the rooms, or?
Yeah, there's like a small, like personal table.
You've been quiet, uncharacteristically so, Zareth, and I've known you very long, but I do know that's odd. It's a spill.
There's just a lot on my mind right now.
That's what friends are good for, is unloading that. No.
I've
Take 2 random glasses, if I can find some, pour the juice, or if I can't find glasses, straight from the bottle.
Let's say if you do pour bottles and stuff, take one. I've spent a very long time searching for Lady Elmero.
There.
Lady Elmero.
I thought you just made the connection, or you've been looking for Derek's, right?
Well, I've been looking for Derek's, but Derek? Sorry. God damn it! I need to stop. That threw me off. ADD. What'd you ask me?
Asked you what's on your mind.
Oh yeah. No. I've been searching for Derek's, and then we found that letter. I connected it to Lady Elmero. She was in my grasp. And it got pulled away.
I think we were more in her grasp. I don't know if it was particularly balanced between us. She seemed to have quite the upper hand.
Maybe, but I think I've got tricks up my sleeve. I could have done something.
How wide your sleeves are, I've no doubt.
I just don't know what to do at this point.
There seems to be yet another target on my back, so apparently she'll be coming around sooner or later. Just one more powerful entity that has something to do with everything.
This is true.
I just take a long swill from the bottle.
It's really good juice.
That's good stuff.
Oh, he wasn't lying. That sounds amazing.
It's like the perfect blend of like crisp, fresh apple, but slightly sweet and slightly tart.
Same months.
It's fantastic.
Same months.
Sounds tough.
Yeah, now I'm just thinking fuck ciders.
I know they took something important to you. That's something you're trying to get back.
To say that I feel like my entire life has led to this moment is an understatement. Nothing else is more important than that right now. And I feel like I had a connection. I feel like I had something to show for what I had found, and then it was gone. Whether I would have succeeded at this point, who knows, but I'm tired of fucking waiting at this point. Spent years with no leads. I found 2 within the last couple of weeks.
Imagine what you'll find in a month.
Technically. It's been a very long, lonely time.
It's easier to pass the time with company, though, right? With friends?
This is true. You and Jet have helped ease some of that sorrow. But it's still there. Ever on my mind.
It's not always what we carry with us, it's just how we carry it. But I understand. Just know that Jet and I, we look out for each other, and we look out for you too.
I appreciate
And if Lady Elmaro does come around again, you'll be ready for it. With those tricks.
Just know that Whatever happens with any of this, you and Jet are very special to me. I will always have my eye on you.
Thanks, Dev. I'll leave you to it, but good night. And if you ever need someone to talk to, you can always come to the Jet, or probably me or myself.
I appreciate that.
I'll kind of give him a hug.
And you rub it back in. This was nice.
It was. Thank you. Where's Badger? I haven't seen him in a minute. Ah, there you are.
Carries him to bed.
Do you mind if I sleep with him tonight?
He seems to like you nowadays more than me.
Woohoo! Come on, Badger.
You two out in the courtyard. As you're standing there talking amongst yourselves, enjoying a glass of fine whiskey, you can see sort of the direction the house faces, what would be the southwest side of the city. Vale, where you know the lightning rail station is, and the airship tower. The tower itself is rather lit up, as it is all the time. And you do see sort of breaking through the clouds of this storm and this perpetual rain that just keeps going and going. You do see a bright light start to emerge, and then you see that telltale ring of burning fire that surrounds an airship. As an airship breaks through the bottom layer of the clouds and approaches the airship tower. And it's a common sight.
It's like a beacon, though.
It is. It's not uncommon to see airships arrive and leave at all times of day and night. So you don't really think anything of it, but with your passive perception, you sort of just keep glancing at it, and after a few moments, you actually recognize the Cloudbreaker.
Seems
It's
like
finally arrived.
pretty decent time. We beat the airship.
Jet will look over at it. Is that the one we were on?
Seems like it.
I just met two guys just
And you see as it approaches the tower, you can hear that low, basically almost like a foghorn of a ship coming into harbor. Very much that same as it comes to a stop right next to the tower, and you watch it dock, and then the flame ring turns off.
I mean, good thing we didn't pay for a ride.
Well, we didn't. Somebody did, but
Well, again, not us. Not out of our pocket.
no. Well, I would say too rich for my blood, but
clearly.
Jet will give you kind of a smirk, like, really?
well, my personal coffers may not be as deep as my parents, but
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He's confused. What is rich?
How do we explain, like, common idioms and things like that?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
To be brutally honest, I barely get some of them myself.
You know, I've picked up a lot on the way, so so it's quite helpful. I have a lot to tell you that we need to go through some history, my friend. You know, like what the morning is, and then also probably some common courtesies, like don't talk to people in their mind. Like that's something that.
Yeah, that's probably something we
But
should
that's something
cover, so that way we don't meet new people and instant invasion.
Right. Most people don't like that when you talk directly into their mind. Like it's fine with us. I don't think he's following. Do you think he's following? Are you following? Are you getting this?
I didn't hear.
Which, as Jet's drinking more, he's
Yeah.
starting to bramble.
When you're with us and you talk in our heads, that's fine. We're pretty used to it. Although, obviously, don't do it too much. But when we meet new people, it's probably best to not do that immediately unless they seem hostile. Do you know hostile?
Bad.
Yes, hostile is bad.
He's learning. Yes.
So, speak to their minds when they're bad.
Jet pauses for a
Seems like
second,
he
like,
may-
wait a minute.
Maybe picking up, but
You hear the door, the back door of the house creak open, and you see Matthias sort of poking his head out. And he looks at you and he goes, "May I join?"
sure, by all means.
More the merrier, my friend.
And he takes a step out, and you see him step out from underneath the balcony, and he walks towards you guys. And as he gets close, he sort of looks up over his shoulder, and he looks up towards one of like the large arched windows on the second floor. And right as you sort of follow his gaze, you see the faint like illuminated candlelight from within go dark. And he's like, "Your parents are finally in bed."
Did you bring a glass?
Fuck.
I was gonna say at that point, I would just like pour into my glass and then hand the glass and then I'll just consume from the bottle.
And he holds his finger up and he's just like, "Give it a second.
Lord, still got it.
Give me a second." And then from the top balcony, you just see a rocks glass just. And he just sort of like holds his hand out, and it just appears in his hand. And he's like,
Still
No,
never
it's-
gets old.
That's a nice little trick. Think you can teach me that?
many years. You'd have to go to a special school. It's hard to get into.
Oh, I don't have time for that shit. I've got a 12-year-old to look after.
I don't even have time for that anymore. Don't tell your mother, but it's a secret.
Hand on over to you.
I have missed you.
Are you bad?
No,
No,
he's not
no,
bad. No,
he's good.
don't hurt him.
And he hears that and just sort of smiles and looks at you and just winks.
He turns and you just see one eye go.
Yes!
No, God, we've got to find you a Lady Warforged.
You're...
Wink mode activated.
Turn on charm.
You've got,
I don't know, are you even... I guess... If you prefer men, that's perfectly fine too.
you've got an interesting
Or beast.
friend here. He's,
I mean, so whatever.
he's different than most of the Warforged I've interacted with.
Yes, from what we can gather, he's, 2 weeks old?
Newly activated, yep.
Yeah.
Activated, does that mean to say shit?
I
I feel like that's rude. It's not rude.
How?
Is that rude?
But
Newly awakened, is that
How-
better?
you say newly awakened, like newly created? Because it's been part of this the treaty 2 years ago was that all of the creation forges were shut down.
Well,
Maybe that's a
no new warforged
maybe.
have been created in over 2 years.
Again, more like newly awakened. Jet's kind of going to get a little bit
backstep a little
Yep.
bit.
Newly awakened.
Interesting. Does he have a docent?
A what?
A docent?
Does Jet know what that is?
I don't think Nick
I
knows
was
what
gonna say what?
I don't.
Kind of like a Warforged person.
No,
or
you
information.
probably really wouldn't.
It's kind of like a thumb drive for Warforged.
Does he? Do you have a docent? Do you have a in your chest?
Like, it's how
So he
Warforged
looks
know
and then he
what,
pulls
sword
the
is
right side and you just see the V in
without
the eye of
he
the eye.
taught every
And
new thing.
right in the center, where sort of like the breastplates meet, you
Oh,
can
it's
see.
VII? I thought it was VI.
Oh, it is VI. Sorry.
Okay.
There
I
is
was
a
like,
small.
what?
There is a small like right where they come together, but you technically never really seen these chests.
Yeah, you created
In
a
some of the
warforged,
warforged
so
you've
you don't have
seen,
to
a lot of
extend
them do
that.
have like where the chest plates sort of connect with the thorax plate. There is like a there is usually like a little
all that.
sphere right there, and in your interactions, most of them have this little sphere, but it appears as though that there's like a hole there. There's
So-
nothing there.
Looking down, B does that, and then he pulls the other side, and you see that symbol that appears in his book over where your heart would be. And he just looks back and just goes,
Should really get him one. It would help.
How would we go about finding it?
Yeah, theoretically, where would one find that?
Well, I mean, since the creation forges have been deactivated,
Fuck it, I can find out.
I don't know if they would. I'm sure there's probably some lying around. So I would guess probably Artificer. They specialize in crafting magical items. I would assume.
I mean, we could probably find a pretty decent artificer in Sharn. There's bound to be dozens of
I'd
them.
say they probably your best bet. It would.
I'll stick with some
It would help
Well,
ease
my
some of the
connections. People I trust.
rough edges that he appears to have. He doesn't seem very
Polished.
social.
No, he's getting there. But if it would speed up the process, that would help.
Oh, it would speed up the process. Docents are impressive little things. It's like
That may not be a bad thing to look into.
Yeah, I'll put in some word.
there was some
Side quest unlocked.
there was some
Yep.
warforged that I after the war I assisted in training at the butlering academy. Your parents were on vacation and I
Private.
just needed something else to
Very
do. So
Yeah.
after the war, I assisted with sort of helping reintegrate them into society. And one of the first things that we did is we would remove the docent that they had when they were created, and we would put in a new one. And these docents are like guides. They are. I don't pretend to understand the magic, but your wizard might know. But some people say they're actually sentient. And they act like an archive, like a repository of information, of knowledge. We had one specially crafted for after the war that, when installed, would immediately imbue the warforged with the proper etiquette and knowledge of how to become a servant rather than a machine of war. But on top of that, they assisted with social situations and prevented some of the awkwardness that I noticed during dinner.
When you say social situations, Jack kind of smirks like, that's my job.
Should really look into it.
Yes,
Probably.
I agree. Although, social situations are my forte.
I heard
So-
you weaving your tales earlier. You have quite the ability to entice people's attention. It's valuable in this day and age.
Certainly is. It's important to pass along history.
It's only one way to learn from it.
Of course.
And if we forget it, we're doomed to repeat it.
And hopefully we don't.
At this point, he finishes his cigarette and just sort of nonchalantly, like, flicks the butt out towards the river and turns around and starts to walk back towards the house, and just turns around and looks over his shoulder at you and is like, your mother thinks I quit smoking years ago.
As well you did.
That's what I like to hear. No sneaking out at night. You think you're sly, but I always know.
I know.
You better be here in the morning when your mother wakes up.
We
I
will be.
don't want to deal with that when the sun is just rising.
We will be, I promise.
He turns around, as he ascends the steps, he reaches the top and he turns around and he's like, good night, everyone. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Good night.
And he retires
The pleasure's all mine.
into the house.
It's good to see you, Matthias.
You as well, kid.
Well,
You have a very interesting butler.
still didn't know anything about the knowledge of Warforged or anything like that. Even to this day, I'm still learning new things about him.
I'd be curious to hear his tale.
As would I.
You've known him this whole time and you don't know it.
I mean, he's told me small stories here and there, but still hasn't obviously told me everything.
He seems to be a man of secrets.
Nothing wrong with that.
Indeed.
This is true. Yeah. And you.
All just pondering, just like.
Does he know he has secrets?
He may or may not know, but we can help him unlock what he doesn't know.
I have a book.
You do, and that book is fascinating. What do you know about this book?
It is mine.
Well, I know it's yours. What else? Just speak to you.
He gets like kind of lost for a minute. It does not talk.
Doesn't communicate with you at all?
Man, we need to find
I mean,
this motherfucker a docent.
There's ways to speak outside of speaking. Like, you know, when you're looking at someone and you smile at them, that means something. That's body language. Your book has some sort of indication that it...
It has a spine. It has to have body language.
that it's talking to you.
It's prone.
Does it have words? Or is it
suck?
symbols, kind of like the mark that we've seen, and Jet points to his chest, like that mark.
Always words. Sometimes it's tink, tink, tink. Always something. Sometimes nothing.
Sounds like the way of the world. Always, sometimes, nothing.
He like pulls out the book and he opens it and just he kind of just stares at it for a second because it's just like he's the only one who can see it and kind of seems like he's reading and then just closes it again.
That's one crazy Warforged. That's a one crazy Warforged.
I do want to say thank you, though. I do think I was in a bad way in that last fight, and you helped me out a good bit, so... You very much, Ross. That's all you did.
I killed it.
You did.
He seems almost proud
You did
after
indeed.
watching Gunther smash so many different things. The fact that B got involved and stabbed something, he was just like, I killed it.
It was quite impressive, and thank you.
Yeah, if you hadn't have killed it, I'd be devastated to think about what could have happened.
You died?
But I think what he's saying, what could have happened if you hadn't killed it, that he would be devastated.
We died.
It's not far off.
It's a possibility. Got any more of that? Jet's gonna look over at you. Perfect. No, he's still doing good.
Who was the lady?
Hmm?
The female.
Lady Vol?
Which
You
thing?
know who she is. Everyone does. He does not.
Fuck, come in. Do your thing, whatever. I'm thinking of Lady Bull right now. Is it working?
He just stares at you.
I think he wants you to look into his head.
Jet's like, Jet's confused, and he's also.
Jet's like, this is the only time I'm giving you
he's-
permission, and you're still not doing it.
Yeah, while he's sober, he's also intoxicated, so he's like.
V just goes, you said no.
You're right.
Never without permission.
Lady Bull, okay. Think about just Lady Bull.
Henry Crabgrass.
Consent.
So
Consent crabgrass.
he just, I literally have one left. So he just looks at you, and then his eyes glow for a second. He just starts to get the surface thoughts.
Yep, which is all about Lady Bull, kind of what she said, his concerns about Ren. So you're starting to pull pieces of that.
And he doesn't stop, which means, I guess if you're gonna fight it, you have to roll.
Jet'll let you go into figuring out all that they know about Lady Bull with the finger, as well, kind of the lore dump that
was
Zareth.
Valkyrie, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the lore dump that Zareth did. Like all the things that he can remember, the stories that he's heard potentially about Lords of Dust.
V was there for Lords of Dust.
Okay.
Because Lands of Dust is what I said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going to start trying to pull all those things in his memory and keep that at the forefront.
So, keeps going. I'll leave it up to you. How long do you think that takes? Because technically it's 10 rounds. 6 seconds each.
One round every time you dive deeper.
1 minute.
One round
Right,
every time
exactly.
you dive
That's what I
deeper.
mean. So how many rounds would it take to get that information? Because V's not going to stop until someone says something.
I don't know if V would know to stop.
That's my point.
Yep.
I would say keep go. I would say keep going until
That's an 18 on the die to kick him out after when he starts to think
Of course
about.
it is, motherfucker.
Yeah, I was
to
gonna
dive
say,
deeper.
Yeah, because well, no, actually I'm not drunk yet, so it's not disadvantage.
Yeah, you're good.
You get a blip of the ring, and of a face of a lady,
Yeah.
and that's where he cuts you off.
It just kind of stops for a second. She seems bad.
Lady Bull, yeah, no. Because you actually caught a picture of his wife
Right.
too. Yep.
And then he just goes, I would talk to her head.
Oh.
Yep. That's what he does to bad people.
Huh.
Just starts
For a
laughing when
second,
he
I
says,
thought-
"Talk to her."
For a second, I thought he meant that he was going to like contact her
Right
now.
now.
He does
And
know,
I was just
he
like,
does know
oh.
sending.
I do know ascending.
I know. That's what's got me.
Like she's just like
Maybe not now.
all of a sudden she just hears a "You are bad."
Because you're. Is
Yeah.
this we're wrapping up?
Yeah, we're wrapping up very soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does Gunter just head to bed and crash with it?
Yeah, obviously I was pretty defeated after this last fight as I was knocked out most of it, so wasn't feeling it. So I just I sacked up.
That's why you didn't drink. Nothing to celebrate.
Alcohol's for winners.
Yeah.
So
Not in Jet's mind.
as the night comes to an end,
Thanks for sticking
you all
that.
finish your drinks out in the courtyard. You retire to your respective rooms. You all find plush, warm, comfy beds.
That sounds good right now.
For most of you, like this is You've never slept in a bed this
lap
nice.
of luxury.
Yes, it is so. You sink into
Don't get used to this.
You sink into the cushions, and especially you, the bed almost like swallows you.
So she's sleeping like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
Oh yeah, this is also probably like the biggest bed you've ever been in. You're
Yes.
like, I cannot possibly stretch out anymore.
Nice,
It's amazing.
nice California king.
Yeah,
As
last
you
was like,
drift off to sleep, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Let me know what that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
oh, and of course I used my last
Oh.
line.
Good night, guys. I'll see you later.
Bye, Shannon.
I've been rolling great with this gold die. I've been just making random rolls.
Jet's still got
See what
the-
happens.
Natural one.
Hold on.
Jet's still got the tech thoughts.
Wisdom. Okay, it's just gonna be a +1 for that because it's a 7.
So,
Something demon lady.
no. Sleep takes you, but you are racked by nightmares
Of course, here we go.
about what transpired.
In
the
the
day
prophecy.
And the phrase, the prophecy imparted upon you, just continues to repeat over and over
In the
and over. And it's almost like, as it's being said, there's just this just foreboding feeling of, you get flashes of like Lady Vol's face as she is just watching.
when the flame touched by darkness dims to a flicker, the bloody shells end.
And it just keeps, it's just over and over. When you wake up in the morning, you will have a point of exhaustion.
Oh shit.
I was gonna ask what time Jet came in and if he would have noticed.
I would say that honestly, in the time that like you guys were hanging out outside and Ryn went to Zareth, you both like you came into the room as Ryn is like climbing into bed.
Okay.
Like it, you,
No.
there was
Would V have noticed? I can't really do anything, so I can't read her mind or anything like that. But I'm assuming if it's bad enough, she's gonna be tossing and turning.
she was tossing and turning, but it's not like she was.
sweating or
Yeah, no, it just looks like she's sleeping rough.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
She's sleeping rough. There's no detrimental effects or anything. It's just your sleep is not restful,
Yeah.
and so you do
Right.
impart a point of exhaustion.
Hail Mary, just because I technically failed the save, can I try to attempt a favored by the gods? It's a 2d4 to see if I can beat whatever DC you would set, so just to avoid that point of exhaustion. Like whatever, I don't know, divine divinity spark is trying to I'd say I rolled a 7. 12.
You had to roll 4s on both.
Oh shit! Okay.
You had the DC was 15.
Okay.
You had to roll 4s on both.
Well then, can't blame a girl for trying.
No, you can't. It was a good play.
Worst case scenario, V will just carry her around.
Well, I think it's just exhaustion.
Disadvantage.
It's just a disadvantage on all ability checks.
Yeah.
Which Jet would give you another solid hug before
No.
going to bed. Which you could probably smell a little bit of that
Oh, say,
alcohol.
oh God. My breath smells way better than yours.
Sorry.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, he does prestidigitation.
You both do it at the same time.
Jinx.
Extra
you.
prestidigitation. Minty.
Better?
Our prestidigitations combine, and
Better? What are we thinking? Are we thinking more mint? Are we
I
thinking
was-
more like lavender?
I was going with more berries with yours.
Berries.
More herbal.
Berries and what else?
Berries and cream. Berries and cream.
That. Better? No?
Yeah, better. Okay.
I'm
bring it,
gonna
bring
land
it.
on those berries and cream.
I
I
was,
feel like he would lay down and... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask how boys' night was.
We saw him. It's good. Although... He motions just to himself.
V's in the room too, right?
Oh, yeah.
So V just goes, I am a boy.
You what?
I am a boy.
I feel like we've kind of described a more masculine vibe to you, V.
I mean, you've got the more chiseled, like, feature,
Yeah.
you know. Like...
I feel like you've got like metal abs under your robes, right?
I am boy, it is our night.
Yeah,
I am
yeah,
boy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know? You got the masculine features, all that fun stuff. You can join boys' night, yeah. You are a boy, yeah.
I am a boy.
Yeah, there you go.
I am a boy.
Congratulations.
Now I'm a bad.
I did have a pretty good conversation with Zara.
30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
He's, I think Ilmaro, the encounter, troubled him. I think it got too close to his whole personal history with Derek's and the ties. I think you might need to talk to him. Maybe tomorrow, just to even a way with words, especially with Zara. You guys seem to understand each other.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Not right now.
No,
Sleep that off.
Little.
I know. I'm all hyped up on the juice.
Was it good?
Simpson?
Oh, I think I saved a lit. No, I didn't.
That's
it was
fine. No,
just I'm sure we can get you some more tomorrow.
You swear there's still like another drink in there. Like you swear, like in the second that she shows it, you swear there's liquid in the bottom. But at first, then you're just like, I'm just a little tipsy.
Yeah, see, which he's probably looking like, anyway.
Good night.
He really wanted to fucking fight her. In the shape that we were fucking in. Just fucking. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking to you about this. Just no, don't ignore me. Just.
Yeah.
You just scolded me.
Language.
But you say language.
Say what I fucking want.
But you say language. And he just motions.
Shit, I'm sorry, Ryan.
You accept. He swears more when he drinks, V. You'll get used to it. Wait till he drunkenly throws a shoe at you.
I haven't done that to you.
Not to me.
I did to the barkeeper.
He did to the barkeeper, and then that lamp that wouldn't turn off.
It turned off, didn't it?
It did. I didn't realize it was shoe activated.
Well, sometimes have you been in? You haven't really been at some of these ends that I've been to, but some of them you clap and they turn on, they turn off, like with magic,
Yeah, it was a tapper. You kept trying to clap at it, and then you threw a shoe.
Faintly hear this argument from your room.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't clap
Just
off,
very,
so you threw
very
your boot at
faint.
it, and it was a
It
tapper.
worked.
It's either a tapper or a clapper.
Well, I
So,
did definitely throw a shoe one time at that barkeep that
did,
cut me off because he was a fucking dick.
you've taken your boots off, right?
Oh yeah.
So V's gonna look over at the boots, and then at the light, and then at the boots.
Remind me in the morning because I won't fucking remember. I won't remember.
I'll remind you. But he didn't seem to be in the best shape. Just encouraging word. You're good at that. You always know what to say.
Oh, you're sweet.
Anyway, sleep this one off. I think we'll all need a good night's sleep. I know I'm going to be. Nothing but
Jet will sit on the bed.
sweet dreams.
Jet will sit on the bed and he'll sink down and be like, "This is comfortable," but then when he lays down, just can't seem to get comfortable, and then he just goes and lays on the floor because it's cold.
As you all find your way into your respective beds for the evening, you specifically notice this because you don't technically sleep. You're used to observing them as they drift off to sleep, and it's actually really cool because as they begin to drift off to sleep, the lights in the room automatically dim.
V again looks at the lamp, and then at the boot, and then at the lamp, and then at the boot.
He's gonna think every lamp is boot activated now. Yes.
Vale, you find your way to your room, and you proceed with your typical ritual of getting ready for bed. You go and open your window. You have one last cigarette before you go to bed. Close the window. Climb into bed. You start to drift off to sleep. And you're in that state of, like, that point where you're asleep, but with the slightest thing you can like jolt yourself awake.
Yeah.
Right? You're in that half asleep, half not period. And again, with your high perception, you hear a click of a door. Your door just barely cracks open.
Oh, he's getting ready.
And you hear very light footsteps. And then your little sister jumps up onto the bed.
Aww.
And she's just like, Matthias sent me a message and told me you were home.
Yes, I've been.
I had my friends bring me home.
I mean, you didn't have to cut your evening short. I could have seen you in the morning.
You've been gone so long, I couldn't wait.
I just give her a big old hug.
And she just dives into it and is like, "Can I sleep in here tonight?"
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Just bring some extra pillows because I use all
You
of
say
my...
that, and you look up, and Matthias is already in the doorway.
Yeah.
And he's just standing there, and he's just got a big smile on his face, and he's got a blanket and an extra set of pillows.
Yeah.
And he just sort of lifts his hand out, and they just float over, and they just sit down on the end of the bed, and he starts to leave the room, and he's like, "Good night."
Good night, Matthias. Thank you.
And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Sweet.
So, remind me, I'm sorry, the nightmare, the dream, it was Lady Vol and the prophecy.
It's,
words
yeah,
repeating just over and over.
a PTSD dream,
Sure.
basically. It is,
that.
you went through some shit, and you're
Trying to cope. Cool.
trying to cope. Not doing a good job of it.
Wisdom isn't strong.
So you're going to wake up in the morning and be like, "Where's my coffee?"
I need more juice.
Hey, there's the nat 20, of course, after we're done rolling.
By the way, I was rolling earlier. All those times I rolled, I got 5 natural ones, and I didn't get anything.
Hey, there's
above
another
13.
natural 20.
So I might be
Damn.
done with that fucking dice.
Yeah.
I was just looking at Wormwood, and I'm like,
You need to put it in a dice jail.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, I will say, going through and looking at the pricing, part of me really wants to buy at least a D20 from Gil.
Yeah.
Because they're not as expensive as I was expecting them to be.
From which one?
From Gil,
I want you. I
the
want
guy,
all.
the guy that made all of like when they're like, "Don't fuck me,
Oh,
Gil."
yeah.
He's a critter who's a
custom dice maker.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, he's a blacksmith, but he does custom dice.
Everybody roll a d20.
D20.
I've actually thought about doing a.
Not good.
Fucking
Not good.
4. Dude, like, it's so bad.
2.
5.
9!
How did I roll? 5?
6.
Oh my god. No
You
one
get
rolled.
to choose what we eat next time.
No one rolled over. I
I rolled a natural 1 there.
like how
Sorry.
no one rolled over a 10.
Hey,
Yeah.
15.
You get to choose what we eat.
No, it gives me anxiety every time.
You got this.
You can do whatever you want.
Just don't fuck
We
up.
can do tacos. We can do pizza. We can do barbecue. We can do whatever.
I
We can
will
all
say,
give you
if
suggestions if you want to just like pick from those suggestions.
on places that are around me that are really good, there's the North Side Luciana's, which is amazing Mexican food.
17.
Chips and
4.
guac.
So yeah, you can pick wherever. I'm down. Just let me know so that I can.
I mean, I've been trying, but you keep telling me no.
No, I
So-
said time and place last time.
There's a fucking 20 finally.
that I
you go.
can prepare and get and like start getting ready to place an order.
Yep.
I assume rhyme in 2 weeks.
Are we?
Oh, that's me.
I like Ryan.
Are we?
But
I like
Still doing every 2
I know.
weeks?
I like Ryan. I like that.
I'd like to. It's easier on me for prepping.
You talked about doing a one shot. We can do 2 weeks rhyme and then a one shot and then yours, and then
I don't care either way. I like to keep it bi-weekly because in terms of time investment, I average about 15 hours a session
Oh
of
my
prep
God.
time.
I know you say
So-
that, but every time I hear it, it's just amazing to me.
I mean,
Having to do that for every single week, it becomes a second job, and I lose the ability to.
stay creative.
Right.
I lose the ability to stay creative.
The amount of detail and everything.
I'll
that
say
you
this
have to
session
do
was
is
fantastic.
very
This whole session was
Bye,
fantastic.
everyone.
Bye.
So like
It was fantastic.